He was a fairly proficient hockey player
Yeah.
and also a tennis player. He was also a rugby player, so managing to bring elements of all these different sports into his cricket game, which we know was quite exceptional. We're going to have a change of bowling. Now, the first bowling change of the innings, they're at the Prof. Edwards end, the southern end of the ground. Abe Mahashwan, it is. Mahashwan, Abe Mahashwan, and he's bowling right arm again, some looking like a off spin. First delivery, angling down the leg side and just tickling it away to short fine leg is Martin Watkin, and called through again for the very sharp single by Monty Douglas. So rotation of the strike immediately. So we had the first bowling change. That would be 5 overs, the only maiden of the inning so far, and he conceded 10 runs without taking a wicket. Now replaced by Marshwan, right arm, and gets this one down the leg side, and a wide is going to be the signal coming from the umpire, Sheena Welch, a female umpire, and a growing number of female umpires on the local circuit here in Barbados. I don't know what the we'll get back to that after this delivery. As Lynch struck on the pad, the appeal more or less withheld or withdrawn from the bowler. You notice immediately, suspect that might have taken the inside part of the bat, or maybe just angling down the leg side. But female umpires, is it popular in England?
Not really. I think there's certainly far more women and girls playing the game now. It's probably, with seniors, it's probably the growth area. Women and girls in playing and in all sports. My daughter plays rugby, and that's surprising how quickly that's sort of taken off. So I think it's great. I mean, girls play as much sport as boys at school, but then when school finishes, they stop, and that's ridiculous. And more power to them. It's great stuff.
Flicked away over the head of the man in at short mid wicket, but then there is cover on the deep mid wicket boundary. So just the one run to be had for Martin Watkin.
I have to say as well, the two women that I've seen umpire, I thought have been excellent.
Well, yes, we've got a growing number of women involved. Well, in the sport generally, in cricket in particular, Ashton, our scorer here, one of a number of females who have taken up duties doing the scoring and the statistical side of things. And
that's fantastic. And more power to your elbow, as I said. But what I would say is there is nothing like playing.
Well, of course. You've seen a couple of officials, and actually, short delivery, a knocker's delivery, put away, sat up, asked to be hit, and Monty Douglas did not. Monty Douglas did not refuse, did not spare it, powered it into the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4.
I think certainly at seniors level, obviously there's a lack of pace over generally, and anybody that drops the ball short, most of the batsmen. They're still playing club cricket against younger guys that are bowling obviously much quicker, so they're always very quick to jump on anything short.
Yes, and Monty, as you said, displaying his power on that occasion. But back to the topic of our female involvement. Here in what we have noticed, the opposite in Barbados and the Caribbean, we've got a problem with numbers of women playing the sport, although they have shown this ability and desire to be involved at the official level. I too have a daughter who is involved in cricket. She's an umpire. She actually scores. As a matter of fact, I say about her, she does everything in cricket except play.
Well, yeah, I mean, I suppose we're a seniors competition, we're all still mad keen on playing, and let's face it, unfortunately, you're a long time dead, so play as many times as you can.
Yes, make the best use of whatever time you have. I do agree. I myself played the game for quite a number of years. Serious players, as I like to say. If my ability matched my ambition, I might have been up in lights somewhere, but so it is, you know. We accept that only a special few are going to make it right through to the top. But you need that recreational participation to keep the sport going. And I think one of the things that we would have to do here in the Caribbean, particularly in the women's game, is to try to encourage as more girls to take up the game probably as early as possible too. You know, get them into the game when they're still quite young. We've got another change of bowling that brings the boundary immediately. High full toss outside the leg stump. Kevin, even you would have put that one away for 4.
Well, I'd probably tickled it around the corner for 1. Yeah, I think. I mean, looking at this game, I played against America back in October in the at the World Cup in Australia, and their opening bowlers were decent. They perhaps lacked a little bit of depth in the change bowlers, and that was something that we hoped we might be able to take advantage of today.
Well, that new bowler is Zia Ahmad, and he would want to correct that rather innocuous delivery of the previous. This time he's giving some room to Watkin outside the all stump, and he plays a really neat back cut behind point and picks up a couple of runs. So we've had the two ends of it: a full toss outside the leg stump, short delivery outside the all stump and wide, and we see some versatility coming from Martin Watkin. He's up to 15 now. The total 45 for 2 in over number 12. First ball by Zia Ahmad, replacing Mike Griffith, the successful bowler for the Americans up to this stage. Griffith, 5 overs, 2 wickets for 21 runs, getting the wickets of Richard Merriman, whom he had leg before wicket, for 6. And then Neil Brathwaite went bowled for 5. So Ahmad looking to maintain that very high standard set by Mike Griffith from this end, as down the track comes Watkins and drives powerfully. And the man from mid-off is going to have a chase back towards the boundary, and eventually he is beaten into the rope by the ball. 4 runs to Martin Watkin. Fine shot. I would dare say the shot of the morning so far.
Yeah, runs just beginning to tick over with the change bowlers here, so and that'll be good. The batsmen ticking it over and getting up and down, that'll help their nerves, and they'll feel getting into the game now, I think.
Well, Watkin would have done all the hard work seeing the new ball off, and now looking to cash in as he's onto the front foot to a much better delivery this time from Ahmad, and is turning it away into the onside. Fielded that short mid wicket. There is no run. 49 for 2. Douglas 14, Watkin 19. Watkin on strike. Still can't score. So good end to the over by Ahmad. 2 dot balls to close it out, and over that cost him some 10 runs, inclusive of 2 boundaries. England now beginning to open up a bit and looking a lot more comfortable. 49 for 2 after 12 overs.
Yeah. So hopefully you haven't got a commentator's curse for this next over then.
Well, what I'm going to do is to transfer that onus onto you, because you are going to take over the ball by ball. Okay. While I will sit in the background and
you're
pretend to be an expert.
Okay. Yeah, so it's really lovely to be here. I mean, January in England, February in England, not really the best of place to be, but so fantastic to be here. Long dark nights. Oh, I just feel sorry for my wife that's at home.
If you can only bottle a bit of this sunshine and send it on a British Airways flight.
To be honest, we did have a very good summer last year. The outfields were absolutely parched. We had so much dry weather. I think is this another change, or is this still? Yeah, it's another change of bowling from the Prof Edwards end.
This one.
And it's Mr.
Tiramuti. Yeah, I think we're going to stand with that one.
Yeah. Chandra
Sekhararan.
Yeah.
Sandra Sekaran. Actually, it looks difficult.
Like Chandra Sekhar.
Like Sandra, yeah.
Yeah, must take him about half an hour to write his signature, mustn't it?
There was one Venkatagravan.
Yeah.
And I remember when he was back with India
Yes.
back in the 70s, we had a local commentator.
Ooh. So, yeah, it's interesting delivery. Looked like it was going to be an off break, but I think it was a leg break.
Yeah,
A little short. Monty cut it away to backward point, but no run. Some good cricket there. Nice stop in the field.
We had a commentator now deceased who gave him the name Venkatagaravan.
Oh, he's bowling. Yes, through the gap. Well pitched up, and I'm pretty sure that was an off break. Just crept in between. So you have done it. You've got another victim there.
a wristy off spinner. It looks like this Tiramuri, and this time Monty leaning onto the front foot. A typical off spinner's delivery.
Yeah.
Dismissal, leaving that gap between the gate, the ball spinning through and taking the top of the off stump. Perfect start for the new bowler. England set back now at 49 for 2.
Yeah,
49 for 3.
That was disappointing because Monty looked in good touch, and he's being replaced now by Edward Gordon Lennox. So Edward is an ex-captain in the army, and he comes from Gloucestershire, plays down in the southwest of England. Again, a pretty attacking, aggressive player.
So your team here is a truly representative England team that comes drawn from the entire.
Yeah, absolutely.
England cricket
Richard Merriman, the captain, he's from Derbyshire. Martin's from Yorkshire. Just reading down the batting order. Neil Brathwaite's from Essex. Monty's from Lincolnshire. Ed is from Gloucestershire. Jason Corn is Derbyshire. Chris Dearden is Lancashire. Jim Phillips is Kent. John Butterworth is Kent. Joe Pierre is Essex. We've got Rupert Staple. He's from Kent. So yeah, it's throughout all the different counties. We have a big county championship, and the players are drawn from all of the
It
clubs.
sounds like healthy that Masters cricket, veterans cricket, is a very healthy state in England.
It is. So we've got. Let's call him Chandra. I'm sure they call him Chandra probably. Yeah, definitely an off-break bowler, I think.
Yes, definitely yes. It's a bit wristy, but off spin nonetheless. Supple looking wrist.
So they've got a couple of fielders in now for the bat pad on the offside, and a short mid wicket, trying to put a bit of pressure on Ed. He'll be keen to get some runs. I think he was out second ball on earlier this week. Well tossed up. I think 1 ball left of the over. No, 2 balls left.
Both these teams that have lost their opening round matches.
Chandra comes into Ed. That was definitely a leg break. Unless my eyes deceive me, which they very often do.
Well, no,
But
definitely.
that looked, yeah,
out of the back
it
of
was.
the fingers. One wonders if he might be even bowling a bit of a googly
Yeah, it could be.
in between. So
Ed gets off the mark to mid off.
that's
And
a leg
that
break
again, a leg break. That's found the gap in the covers. I think that could be 4. He's timed that, and it's quite quick over that side of the boundary. 4 more to Martin Watkin. So good. He's beginning to bat nicely now. Let's hope he can continue. The seniors cricket in England. So England run over 50s, over 60s, and over 70s.
over 70s.
And a number of counties have sides in all of them. My county, Essex, probably one of the biggest counties, so we've got probably more players than most of the other counties. We run 3 over 50s sides. This is every week. We run 5 over 60s sides, and we run 2 over 70s. And the over 70s, England are currently touring Australia.
Okay.
Fantastic.
So that is
Fantastic.
beautiful. I mean, I was speaking to the liaison, Peter Clark, the liaison officer for this game, and we were making the note that Masters cricket in Barbados is really seen as just a social event, just having fun, just players going through the motions and having fun with more emphasis on the fun and socializing than the actual cricket.
Change of bowler again, and we have Wayne Copeland. Tosses the ball up, looks, and it comes forward confidently, pushes the balls into the covers, no run.
More spin, as
Yep.
he will anticipate in this age group. Or at least more slow stuff. But yes, in Barbados, more emphasis on fun and socializing than the actual cricket. Not taken very seriously, but seeing the approach of you guys and also the Australians, whom I saw.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a mixture. I mean, I think certainly, as I say, Essex, we run 5 over 60s sides, and I think it's one of those when you cross the white line, you play the game hard and you play the game to win. But certainly, it's probably a little bit more social than club games.
Well, yes, I was just particularly speaking about the preparation. What I see you guys, the fitness levels
Yep.
of you guys, and the way you get yourself warmed up, and it brings a new perspective to the game. For me.
A short cut away, but there's a fielder out to deep cover, and it's only a single to Martin.
So quite a bit of rotation of the strike in this over so far. The batsman given that opportunity to pick up a few singles.
Full toss, and again, Edward Gordon-Lennox pulling the ball to deep mid-wicket. 1 or 2 bounces and over the boundary for 4.
So not a very distinguished first over by the captain, I must say, finishing it with a nice juicy full toss, and very much welcome by the new batsman, Gordon Lennox. Hit it powerfully, powered it into that deep mid-wicket boundary. There is a man back at deep mid-wicket, but the ball struck much too powerfully for him to be able to intercept. So good start to the innings for Gordon Lennox. And things beginning to look a little freer for the Englishmen, although they have lost our wickets fairly steadily. No real big partnerships allowed to be built so far.
So we've got Chandra coming back on again, and with his mixture of off breaks and leg breaks. Definitely a leg break again there, a bit short. Hit off the back foot to wide mid off, sort of straight cover for a single. Shot. Straight drive there by Edward Gordon-Lennox. Single, half stop by the bowler.
So he seems to be settling into more of a leg break bowler, with the change-ups coming with the other varieties. Another full toss. This is gone.
One bounce 4. Could have. Yeah. That would have been 6 on many grounds in England. I do think when you're playing seniors cricket, you need fairly short boundaries.
But that one was deserved to be put away. Full toss.
Yeah, nice cricket from Martin. They used his feet, just checked his shot, pushed the ball to wide mid off.
It's
Not a single.
It's
Moves on to
definitely
32.
grown in confidence. Martin Watkin.
Shot.
Sit down the ground.
Edward Gordon-Lennox, very strong driver of the ball. Saw the ball, pitched up, came down the wicket, a couple of paces, straight drive. One of Ed's trademark shots.
Well, definitely enjoying the bowling of Chandra. Both of these batsmen, as the pitch beginning to settle down, allowing for stroke play. And that delivery floated up a bit too full and just getting to the pitch and hitting it straight. It was in the air, but was hit much too hard for the bowler to even contemplate.
It looks like we have a lost ball here,
taking
so
the
that's the
catch.
end of the game. Good night.
Probably not exactly lost. Lost and found. Lost and found.
Did you play 6 and out at school, you know, in your back garden? You hit the ball over the garden. You got 6 for it, but you were out.
You were out. Actually, we played in the street. And many times, if you hit the house on the full, you were given out. We call it house is out. So if you hit the house on the full, you're out. So you really had to be adept at your stroke play and your placement of the ball.
Another good shot there from Ed, well timed and well fielded by the bowler, getting down low, which is not too easy when you.
When you've passed that 60 mark.
Yes.
But we tend to give up the game fairly early here. We did have a very thriving over 40s competition for a number of years. It's gone a bit on the wane, especially since the advent of the COVID. I think we can say to the viewers, though, that there's going to be a refreshment break. We've had some 15 overs, and I think I'm going to offer you the opportunity to take a break if you and of course, with a view to having you back.
Thank you very much.
As the game progresses, and thank you for joining us. And of course, very informative. You know, to bring that English perspective to the commentary. A neutral game for us here in the Caribbean, with the United States playing England in Barbados, and it helps if we can hear the many different voices and the many different views. But I'll use this opportunity to run through what has transpired so far here today, with England winning the toss and electing to bat. They started with their captain, Richard Merriman, and Martin Watkin. And so far they have lost the wickets of Merriman for 6. He was bowled by Mike Griffith. Neil Brathwaite, well, as a matter of fact, Merriman was leg before wicket to Mike Brathwaite for 6. Neil Brathwaite was bowled by Griffith for 5. And Monty Douglas was caught by Chandra Tiramutri of the bowling. Well, bowled by Chandra Tiramutri for 14. And now we've had some 15 overs, 73 for 3. A quick, at the moment, Martin Watkin not out on 32. And Edward Gordon Lennox, who is relatively new to the crease, he is not out on 11. And some quick bowling figures. Saeed Naqvi, none for 10 from 5 overs with a maiden. Mike Griffith, who has taken 2 of the wickets, 2 for 21 from 5 overs. Maheshwan, 1 over for 8 runs, quickly removed from the attack. Zia Ahmad, 1 over for 10 runs. Chandra Tiramutri, he's bowled 2 overs for 16 runs and taken a wicket. And Wayne Copeland, the captain, 1 over for 8 runs. We're going to welcome to the commentary for the first time today, ex-international player, now cricket administrator, West Indies senior selector, and mentor at many different levels. I can go on and on about the many hats worn by none other than Roland Butcher. Ben, in fact, he's not even wearing a hat today. Good morning, though, Roland, and welcome.
Well, thanks, Wayne. Yeah, and good morning. It's a great pleasure to be around cricket. It doesn't have to be our highest level. Cricket is cricket, and it's great to see the guys up here. You probably don't know, Wayne, that I am actually vice president of the England over 60s Cricket Association.
You said probably. I definitely don't know. It's another one of those hats.
So I mean, because of wearing so many hats, is when my head looks like that.
But I suspect that you, even before knowing this information now, that you would have been familiar with a number of these guys.
Absolutely. I mean, Richard Merriman particularly is someone that I have played with over the years, toured with. We went to India, we toured India together. so we've had a very long association. Even after first class cricket, when I worked at the public school as for cricket and football coach at a public school, St Edward's in Oxford, Richard was the man in charge of Kim Bolton School. So we used to oppose each other so, in both football and cricket and all the other sports. So that friendship has been there a long, long time. And obviously Paul Bradley, the manager, also is a very close friend of mine. And we spent quite a bit of time in England this last summer together while I was there.
Well, yes, you did spend the entire summer in England, it seems, as we resume here with the U.S. captain Wayne Copeland taking up the attack from the northern end. Copeland, right arm, over the wicket, outside the off stump, off the back foot, chopped away, throw the fielder there at cover. That one is going to go close to the boundary. It's going to pull up just inside the rope. The batsmen have completed 2, and they're going to come back for the 3rd run on the arm of the bowler. Misfield there by that man in at cover. Looks like Mike Griffith there. Ball struck straight to him and through his arms, through his legs, and allowing the batsman to pick up 3.
It was a nicely timed shot.
This time he gets it on the full, hits it hard into the pitch, bounces back along to the left of the bowler who knocks it down. No run. 76 for 3 England, winning the toss and electing to bat, looking for their first win after conceding a defeat to their rivals, the arch enemy, one would have to say, the Australians in the first match.
Well, I wouldn't imagine the Australians come this far to lose. Wayne. I think they're giving every ounce of energy.
Short, pulled out toward deep mid wicket, through the fielder it goes and into the boundary for 4. Not very good fielding on the part of the Americans in this particular over, because although that ball was hit very powerfully, it went straight to the man, and he had a good generous bounce also, allowed it to burst through his hands and over the boundary for 4.
This advanced stage of life, man, we've got to give a little bit of leeway. It's good to see the guys still out there wanting to play. I'm sitting here next to you.
Something called preservation of life and limb, I guess, becomes priority. But yes, Roland, because I was going to ask you, I haven't heard of your exploits in Masters cricket ever since you stopped playing at the very highest level.
No, you forgot I played for UEs over 40 for many years.
Or here locally.
Yeah.
Well, yes, well, I do recall. I did forget. Stroked up to through extra cover. Just going to rotate the strike for an easy single. This guy, Edward Gordon Lennox, though, he's looked good since he's come to the wicket.
Yeah, I mean, he's striking the ball nicely. I mean, the first shot off the back foot was a very good shot. Even though it was a misfield, it was 0-4. The pull shot was a nice shot. That last one was a full-blooded drive on the front foot.
Just easy onto the front
I
foot.
mean, I'll give you the story, man, as to why I stopped playing before. And as you know, when I was at UE, I played for the UE team in the 40s. And I remember one game. Let's see, I think today is Neil Phillips's.
Neil Phillips was the day of his burial, funeral.
Sincere condolences to Neil's family. But Neil was our grandson, and Neil played in the same team with me at UE, and he played in this game as well. And I was batting with Jackman, and I drove a ball. So if I was batting this end, I drove a ball straight past the ball. The long on fielder was very wide. The long on was more mid-wicket. So the fielder from long on had to run around towards the boundary. So I ran one. Got 3/4 of the way back down to the second. It was an easy one. Jackman is facing this way. I continue out to this way. Jackman is facing in the direction that we're in. So I turned back from 3/4 of the way down. go back to the non-strikers. Gets in.
Pushed up to mid wicket, no run.
So in the meantime, the fielder has got the ball and he's thrown it to the bowler who's standing there. The bowler is now next to the stumps.
Down the track, looking for the big drive ball coming off the inside portion of the bat, out to deep mid wicket, just a single.
Right. So the ball comes in like that to the bowler. He gets it and starts to walk back to his mark. He's a fast bowler. He gets halfway back. In the meantime, I have left my crease.
And this time, this one out to deep mid wicket, goes for 4. Almost reaching and dragging that delivery, flighted outside the off stump, Martin Watkin, and getting it into that wide open space on the onside, where the fielder is more forward square than deep mid wicket, and gets a boundary.
As you would know in the country, they would call that a cross ball.
Across, well, yes, we call that a cross all, but he had to reach outside the off stump, but good exploitation of the open spaces nonetheless. Well, yes, Chandra outside the off stump. They're going to come back for 2.
So Brendan, so the bowler, he's gone back.
Back to his mark.
Then he decided to come down to get the Jackman again. In front of Jackman, and he said, come on, let's go. That's 2 easy runs. And in the meantime, more runs coming up.
A couple more.
In the meantime, I heard one of the fielders said to him, run him out, run him out. So the bowler throws the ball to somebody at the non-striker's end who takes the ball, takes the bells off, and the umpire gives him out. And after that, I vowed never to play again. if that's how all the is going to play, I wanted
Which is
no
part of it.
because of me. The bowler, I said he was a fast bowler. He was
After back to his mark with the ball. So the umpire has somehow or another never deemed the ball dead, from what you're telling me.
When is it ever dead?
Well, the umpire not deemed it dead. The fielders, the spirit of the game, they came into question.
And the guy said, run him out, run him out. And the umpire gave me out. Obviously, everybody laughed their heads off. And those guys in stitches.
And that's the end of Roland Butcher's playing career.
I'll be honest with you, I never played a game after that. In no form. Finished.
So, but you are very much involved at the administrative level. I mean, even in this way, you tell me you're the vice president of the England Over 60s organization.
I would watch any type of cricket. I mean, if I'm driving past something and I see a game going on, it doesn't matter what level it is, I would stop, have a look, and then move on because cricket has been in my blood kid right through my entire life. Really has been around the game, so I do enjoy watching cricket.
So it's 90-3 after 17 overs. England, the game beginning to get away from the USA somewhat. We've seen quite an increasing number of blemishes in the outfield. I don't know whether it is the sun and the hot conditions beginning to take effect.
Well, I mean, I guess when you add perhaps a previous night to that, it might have something to do with it.
Possibly. It depends on what the nocturnal activities might have been. There are a number of alternatives here in Barbados.
And you don't have to leave the hotel either.
Well,
You don't have to leave your store.
your store. Okay. So we've got another change of bowler. We've got an appeal for leg before wicket, turned down by the umpire. Number 99, that new bowler being Gregory Caracciolo. Sounds like a bit of Italian. It's not. No, that's 46. 99 is, 90 Sankar Jayaram. Sankar Jayaram. Bowling right arm. It's very slow stuff. Trying to work out what is the variety of his bowling. Again, not much of an approach to the wicket, just a couple of steps behind the umpire. 92 for 3 it is.
Just a reminder, obviously, that another first-class game would have started today.
Well, yes, the Barbados versus the Guyana Harpy Eagles as the
I'm sure that we'll get some scores.
regional competition, regional first-class competition in full swing now. Started yesterday in Grenada. Looking for a sweep, another appeal for leg before wicket. Again, umpire Thompson denies the appeal from Jayaram and the other US fielders. Jayaram just walking up to the crease and just floating it up short outside the outside, looking for a cut and misses into the gloves of the keeper. So the 7th bowler employed so far by the United States captain. And this one is punched off the back foot, beats the man in that extra cover. And the batsmen are going to come through for an easy single. So the English batsmen now, this pair so far adding some 44 for the 4th wicket, with Watkin on 44 himself, Gordon Lennox on 19, and after 18 over 93 for 3. Barbados would have started at 10 o'clock that match. So we've got the bowler now. I think this is like Zia Ahmad, is it? Or is it a brand new bowler? This is Zia Ahmad. He would have had an over from the northern end. He's now switched around to the south to bowl the 19th over of the innings. Remember, 45 overs aside. So Ahmad. Short, outside the off stump, hit hard, but straight to the fielder at extra cover. That's the captain, Copeland. No run. Wide delivery, very, very wide, almost outside of the box as such, that wide return crease. So wide the signals. Comes forward, much better one this time. Comes forward and brings a yelp from the bowler as Lennox Gordon having to come down on it late. Squeezes it out into the offside. No run this time. This time he's driving up to that man at square cover. So keeping the batsman quiet so far in this over, Zia Ahmad. Off the back foot, punched again, well fielded by Captain Copeland. The batsmen, both of them starting, but then having to stop, check, and get back into their respective creases. Good work there by the skipper, moving around to his left. That ball struck quite firmly, showing good agility, Wayne Copeland. This time he is pulling this one away. There is cover in the deep on the onside. There's a deep backward square and also a man at deep mid wicket. So just the one run to Gordon Lennox. He's up to 20. The total 95 for 3. As with the next delivery is chopped away straight to that man on the edge of the circle. But this time the batsman comes through for the single. The fielder quite prepared to wait for the ball rather than charging in, looking to attack that ball. But again, we must bear in mind we're dealing with some rather senior bodies. So that's the end of over number 18, is it? 19 overs gone, 96 for 3. A much better over for the Americans there, Roland.
Yeah, it was a number of short balls which he didn't put away. Good piece of fielding, as you said, by the captain at extra cover. And good morning again to you, Wayne. Just to let you know, the last 10 minutes discussion we had, the mic was off.
Well, good morning and welcome, Roland.
Thank you, Greg. Yeah, it's a beautiful day, isn't it?
Not to me, that would have been for the listeners.
Yeah.
Because I've heard every word that you said. I did hear every word you said. As this one chopped away into the cover region. Single picked up by, was it Martin Watkin? No, that's Gordon Lennox.
But what
is Watkin? Oh, he now moves to 46. As this time Gordon Lennox is getting this one off the inside edge of the bat, looking to stroke this one away somewhere up to mid-off, and the ball drifting in with the breeze and coming off the inside portion of the bat, running behind him to a short square leg position as they get a single. So Roland, you may have to relate that story all over again. The story that told us about the last last match played by Roland Butcher in veterans cricket.
As it turned out, it was in cricket because I didn't even play, not even a softball game after that.
Since then, like myself. Sweet behind square 1. They're going to come for 2. That's the opening bowler Nakvi trotting after that ball. That's just gone about halfway to the boundary at long leg. Nakvi coming from the backward square position. So 2 more runs picked up by the England team. Brings up the 100 for England, in fact. 100 for 3, 19 overs and 5 balls. Again, this one is full, is swept straight to the man, this time on the first bounce, still managing to get a single. The England pair to take it up to 101 now for 3 at the end of the 20th over. So just scoring at just over 5 runs per over England, and at this rate 100 from 20 overs, definitely looking to be scoring somewhere definitely over the 200 run mark.
Yeah, they're in a very good position. It represents a very good recovery from how things had started, and really, as you said, Watkins is going along nicely. He's just short of a half century, and he's now getting some good support by Lennox, who's chipped in with 21 in quick time. So at this stage, they should be very happy.
Well, that partnership has also passed the 50 mark. Actually, 52 is the partnership so far. Driven out too long off. Let's see if they're going to come back for the second. Yes, they're going to challenge the arm. Saeed Nakvi. The applause you hear in the background is for the 50 brought up by Martin Watkin. He moves to 51. Some 5 fours. A run a ball exactly from 51 balls. And much appreciated, much applauded, and deservedly so, Martin Watkin.
Yeah, he's done well. Got a very good round of applause from his teammates who appreciated that innings. Obviously, they'll be hoping it's not finished yet, that it will continue, but a good start, 51 at this stage.
Well, he has been there from the very start and gets a full toss. Doesn't put this one away as he might have wanted to. Looking for power there more than timing and getting it off the bottom portion of the bat straight back to the bowler. This time looking to tickle this one away into the short fine leg area. I guess just looking for the single as that delivery angling in towards the leg stump. Doesn't make contact though, the ball coming off the thigh pad, I believe. So a dot ball, 103 for 3. Wide of the all stump, umpire Shane Noel steps away and then signals the wide. So one more to the extras. Ashton, just a quick look at the number of extras so far in the innings, if you may allow us. So the extras only on 7 actually. So they have done well, the US team. 7 extras, all wides. So they haven't transgressed in the area of the front crease or the bowling crease. Wicketkeeper has been doing a good job so far. As this one is hit, wide of the man, extra cover, brings that fielder from long off into play, comes around to his left, sends his return on the bounce to the bowler. But in the meantime, the batsmen have already completed 2. 2 more to Watkin.
Much more agile fielder with a stronger arm.
Looks like I was particularly noting the arm there. As again, he's looking for that little dink into the onside, not making contact. Good bounce there from Ahmad as he finishes his second over with a dot. It's 106 for 3 after 21, and the Americans probably looking for a wicket. No, this partnership beginning to burgeon has gone to 57.
Yeah, it's a good solid partnership. As you said, the team was in a little bit of trouble having lost those first couple of wickets, but they have rallied since then. And you know, when you look around this ground and you look at the weather and you look at the field, and you think, well, it's a wonderful day for the game of cricket. I'm sure the guys who are here in Barbados playing this tournament would welcome this sort of weather.
You know, it always brings us back to the question of the time of the year chosen for our local domestic cricket competition. You know, this seems like perfect weather for cricket, perfect conditions for cricket. This is now what we will call the off season for cricket in Barbados.
Yeah, it has been discussed that we tend to have the wrong seasons here. We play football in the dry season and cricket in the wet season.
Well, there's always been, well, there used to be good reason for that. We probably won't go into that at the moment. One of the difficulties, though, around this time of the year, as well, this is only the beginning of February, but as we go deeper into the dry season, the grounds themselves become somewhat impaired. Lots of cracks, lack of grass. We've also got the problem with the water supply around that time of the year. So there are certain challenges that throw themselves up that mitigate the circumstances, but ideally you would have wanted to play more cricket around this time of year.
Yeah, I think also when you add in the fact that the majority of our grounds are multi-use, that does cause some of the problems that you just mentioned.
Well, yes, because there are no designated, there are not very few designated grounds for specific sports, cricket grounds, football grounds. So we have to share the facilities with a number of different sports
Yep.
and different sporting activities. That is also a factor.
Yep, and if you think also the football season has just started, so these cricket grounds are gonna be used very heavily for the football.
Heavy
Yeah.
demand,
Yeah,
more or less. Wanderers used to support a football team or football teams in the past. Again, I'm going to ask Ashton. Ashton Wanderers still involved in local football domestically? Ashton is a member of the Wanderers Club, but Ashton tends to concentrate more heavily on the cricket side of things.
yeah.
So I think
Well,
I'm putting her on the spot here.
Well, I mean, I have been to a number of football matches here, Wayne. I know some of the Masters tournaments have played here. Well, obviously the cricket has been going on as well, so definitely I've seen football here, and,
But yes, no,
and they
but-
play in that they play
Wan-
across the ground. that way.
Wanderers very much involved at the Masters level. Yeah, I know that, but I was just wondering, as far as the Barbados Football Association domestic competitions are concerned, if they are still involved. I know they used to be. They used to be some years back, but I suspect not. I suspect.
Yeah, I cannot. From my memory, I can't think of a Wanderers team unless there's a local team that uses the ground as their training ground.
So the strip looking in good condition though. The square here at Darrell's Road. 108 it is for 3. We're now about to start over number 23. Zia Ahmad bowling and stroke. Again, good work there by the captain Copeland. Not able to stop the single, but showing
Good
good
athleticism.
dexterity, good athleticism, yes.
I mean, he certainly moved well there and dived to his right.
Full toss, hit down, too long on. I think they're going to settle quite early. No, they're actually going to come back on the arm of the fielder for the second one. Just a slight misfield by the man up there at long on. And this pair, who have run very well between the wicket, are coming back immediately for that second run. 1-1-1 for 3 full Nelson. A number that I don't think that is very popular among the English.
That's
They're
right.
going to get off that 111 mark though, because a single picked up off the next delivery.
Yes, it's you're right. Nelson 111 is a superstitious number for the English, and as you know, the Australians have to be different. So the Australian, for them, the number is 87.
It's 87. Why,
Yeah.
why 87?
That's a very good question.
13 less than 100. And in all parts of the world, I think 13 is seen.
If I know the Australians, it could even be anything. It could be 99 because just anything to be different to their nemesis.
To the English.
Yeah.
Quite a lot of history involved between these two nations. As looking for the sweep is Lennox, Gordon Lennox. Doesn't make contact. Didn't get the white signal there, did it?
No.
So it probably must have brushed the pad on the way through to the wicket keeper. Short looking to punch it off the back foot. He ends up just hauling it back along the pitch to the wall. A missed timing very badly on that occasion, Gordon Lennox. So spear a delivery that deserved to be put away. And now we've come to the end of 23. It's 113 for 3. Martin Watkin is 56. Edward Gordon Lennox on 25. And England going along very, very comfortably at this stage.
Yeah, doing well, but they're not getting away from the USA really. They're still, 4 or 5 runs and over. They're still very much in the game. We haven't seen a flurry of boundaries to put the pressure on, but at this stage, I think certainly England will be very happy. But at the same time, USA should be too despondent about the position they're in.
Well, as you say, the game hasn't actually gotten away from them. England haven't been really flying along. 113 from 23 overs, represents a run rate of 4.91, which is acceptable from a fielding side in these very good batting conditions. The fielders haven't been exactly doing the bowlers a lot of favors though. Here we saw another misfield, allowing a single.
I think you can probably give them a little bit of credit because they're just coming out of. Most of these guys would not have played cricket since September.
Oh yes, both teams actually.
So you're well into the winter period.
Coming out of winter.
Yeah.
Hit in the air, down the ground, powerful shot, 4 runs. Out of my view is the long off fielder, but I suspect the ball was hit a bit too straight for him. And too powerfully too.
Absolutely, I could just see him in my view here. He was 3/4 of the way to the boundary, but the ball was way to his right.
Very, very well struck by Edward Gordon Lennox, who has shown a propensity to strike the ball well down the ground. He looks particularly proficient on playing the balls down the ground, playing those straight shots. He goes up to 29. He struck some 4-4s. Martin Watkin on 57 with 5 boundaries. Looking for power on that occasion, and ball coming off the bottom of the bat, not really getting the timing into his shot. There, Gordon Lennox waits for Jayaram and onto the front foot. Good delivery, plays defensive, respectfully onto the front foot. So a bit of a little moral victory for the bowler on that at that point. Who's going to try to close out his over? No. And this one is in the air. Chance for a catch. Man comes across from long off and takes it. And in the end, Edward Gordon Lennox holds out to that man at deep mid-on, looking to go down the ground one more time. I was telling you how adept he has been at playing those balls down the ground, but they say sometimes what you like could destroy you, and on that occasion going once too often down the ground, and a very good catch too taken by that man who was being placed 2/3 of the way back to the boundary.
Yeah, on this occasion he really got under the ball. He was definitely not trying to hit it along the ground. He was looking for the 6. Just got it high in the air, and as you said, a well-judged catch running around from that long off position.
Yes, Maheshwari.
And really, with cricket at over 60s, any catch taken in the deep must be given a lot of credit for.
Well, yes, he did a very good job, though. He watched it all the way in, took it at good height, and Edward Gordon Lennox caught Abe Maheshwari, bowled by Jayaram for 29, and England now at the end of 24 overs, 118 for 4. The new batter coming to the crease will be Chris Dearden with the we're seeing I'm noticing here, Roland, that the new batter is going to face the first ball. Now that catch was taken, apparently the batsman had crossed. Of course, we know with the new international. Okay, there we go. I was a bit ahead of myself because I was noticing that the new batter was going to take strike to the first ball of a new over, which would have meant that the batsman having crossed, the umpires would have allowed it. But I think
they've changed
someone became aware of that because we know of that new ruling now. I don't know what your thoughts are on it, where the new batter, there's no crossing while the ball is in the air, more or less.
I have no difficulty with it because I think the reward for a wicket should be the opportunity to bowl at the new man. If that, when you get I'll come back to that in a second.
So Ahmad, first delivery is short.
Yeah, under the old laws and rules, obviously the reward for getting a wicket was if the batsman crossed, the guy could be on 100. The reward would have been to bowl in at the guy who's well set.
Yeah, bowling at they said better. The batter who was there.
Who was there already? Yeah.
All right. It's very interesting call, though, I find. Problems here.
Yeah.
Martin Watkins looking for a single.
A stronger arm could have been in some bother. But at the same time, Royal cheeky single. Yeah, I was going to say, on the other hand, while it's a good thing to be bowling at the new batsman when he comes in, it could also work the other way, because if you've got the batsman who's been in for a while out, now you've got rid of both of those players. So I guess these. Oh,
Chance for a catch, not taken. Close call there for Martin Watkins.
well, I see within this partnership, it's only been a couple of balls, but I can see a run out coming.
Right around few alarms, but that one slightly deceived in the flight, Watkins, and the ball coming off the inner portion of the bat, falling in front of the fielder there at a very short mid wicket. He did dive forward. I think it's debatable whether it carried to him on the full. What we know for sure is that he didn't take it cleanly, and any chances of a catch or dismissal negated, as Ahmad is whipped away in the air out towards deep mid wicket. Man comes around, can't intercept. 4 runs. Lovely shot. Magnificent use of the wrist. I'm very impressed with the wristiness of that shot. Having to make his own pace. Martin Watkins wide of the man at mid wicket. 4 sweet runs.
Yeah, hit to one of the longer parts of the ground. Bit of distance for the man at deep mid wicket to cover. Tried a little bit of footwork, but couldn't prevent the boundary.
Well, footwork is a very important aspect in the fielding at this Masters level. That ability to get down, especially when on the move.
I think certainly when on the move in the deep, it is probably your best bet. Because it's not easy. I can tell you, after 60, it's not easy to be running around the boundary. It's hard enough to run around the boundary, but then to bend quickly
But that's it.
and stop a cricket ball
And also maintain your balance.
and then get back into an upright position.
Maintain your balance, get back into an upright position, and then eventually throw the ball in.
So that the foot comes in very handy.
Chandrasekaran Tirumutri, the man continuing to bowl from the northern end, 3 overs for 25 runs. He has taken one of the wickets, mind you, but he's going to continue. He'll be bowling to the new batsman, Chris Dearden on 1, and comes onto the front foot, gently pushes it up to short extra cover for no run. Ball still on the square. 124 for 4 after 25. So we've still got some 20 overs available in this innings. Tirumutri outside the off stump, hit not fielded cleanly at cover. The batsman come through for a single. Ball hit quite firmly. Ball traveling quickly to the fielder there at cover. I don't think that the single would have been on had he been able to field it cleanly. But the English batsman very quick to capitalize on any errors in the field. Looks running between the wickets very well in this entire innings. As the man who has been there from the beginning, ugly looking shot by Martin Watkins. That one flighted up just outside the off stump, and an ugly height towards the onside. Luckily for him, the ball missed the off stump. After he missed it, he settles again. At times he's off the back foot again, looking to pierce that offside field, playing over the top of that delivery, which settles into the gloves of the keeper. 125 for 4 it remains. hit. Wide of cover. They're going to settle for one. The sweeper comes in off the boundary, deep there at cover, widest extra cover area. So Martin Watkin up to 63. 63 off 69 balls. He has been there the entire innings of 104 minutes, and he has so far struck some 6 fours, and he has also notched up some 35 dot deliveries. Outside the leg stump, looking for a sweep, misses, but umpire Thompson spreads the arms to signal another wide. One more to the extras. Total now 127. Tiramutri. Delivery outside the all stump, struck up to mid-off. And Martin Watkin is going to get a boundary, in fact. Again, that fielder out of my view, but that ball struck quite well up towards long off. One would have anticipated the fielder coming around and intercepting, but instead I'm seeing the umpire signaling a boundary. So either he didn't get across or he misfielded. What the end result was 4 runs to England, 131 for 4, after we have completed some 26 overs. Martin Watkin on 63, Chris Dearden on 2, and Chandrasekaran Tiramutri. Sankar Jayaram, 5 overs for 22 at the end of that over.
Yes, and still Watkin going along nicely in 63. And so Dearden's just come to the crease, so 131 for 4. I think he will be quite happy at this stage.
Very happy position, I must say. I must agree. It's going to be Zia Ahmad again to continue. Bowling to Martin Watkin. Watkin looking for that powerful drive down the ground. Hits it wide of the mid-wicket fielder. Doesn't time it very well though, so the fielder has enough time to get around to his left-hand field. And just a matter of a couple of runs taken. Now beginning to really warm up here at the wonders round. Roland, the sun really steaming down at the moment. I'm sure these fielders feeling the effects. This one pushed into the onside. Thoughts of going for a quick single. Well, on the part of the batsman Watkin. Not so sure that Dearden was too keen on going through for that. Eventually, better sense prevailed. Both men remained at home. Fielder at point losing his hat as the breeze begins to pick up, struck down the ground, straight to the man at long on. I think I was coming back for a second run, but Dearden guilty of a bit of ball watching on that occasion. And instead of looking to get down the crease and tap and turn again, he was watching the progress of that ball down to long on. So despite the misfield, only the 1 run taken.
Yeah, definitely not interested in 2.
Dearden, short of the back foot, punched up to long off. Only a single this time. Quite early. Decision taken. 1, 3, 5, 4, 4. As I mentioned, it's quite steamy on the outside, but a nice breeze beginning to pick up here now. In the comfort of the Wanderers Pavilion.
Yes, it's lovely where we are high up here in the pavilion. We've got a nice breeze coming through, certainly to our left, and certainly it's the best place to be right now.
Very much in the shade. Ahmad having his work to do. Bowling to Watkin and brings him onto the front foot, stifled appeal, bat and pad close together. Suspect that ball may be off the inside edge onto the pad, but closing out his over well. Zia Ahmad, 4 overs for 33 runs now. He has sent down, and the England team, after winning the toss and electing to bat, 135 for 4. Remember, this is the over 60s big man cricket. Caribbean Cup put on by the Cricket West Indies Masters Association, and this is the second series of matches in this the 2023 edition. England versus the USA, both teams smarting from losses in their previous. So a change of bowler, another bowling change implemented at the pavilion end. The opening bowler Mike Griffith has returned to the attack. 5 overs, 2 for 21 before this, and he's bowling to Chris Dearden, right arm, and Dearden opening the face, guiding this one away square on the outside, just behind square, and immediately called through for the single by Chris Martin. Martin very agile between the wickets, between the creases, has run very well all innings, and keen to get back on strike too, having opened the batting when the game started this morning. England winning the toss and electing to bat. As this one, he's hitting down the ground, ball traveling in the air for a while. The fielder coming in from long off, gets behind it in the approved fashion, double barrel fashion, and fields cleanly, gets a single, does Watkin. And this one is edged away, runs in the dark for Dearden, through the vacant first slip area, but definitely defeated by that delivery. And fortunately for him, USA doesn't have a fielder at slip. He gets a couple of runs.
Yeah, interesting action this by the bowler. Ryan, I would like you to look with more detail, because that ball eventually seemed to have straightened and took an outside edge.
Well, I suspect that the ball may not be the only thing.
You suspect.
Actually, I described it earlier when I was with Kevin at the beginning of the innings as a rather interesting action, and I used the word a little risky. Maybe I should have said a bit risky. But yes, I'm sure that the ball is not the only thing straightening here, though.
Yeah, I mean, just Ashton is the match referee today. I think we have to call for the video after this game just to.
Well, yes, to have a look at this action.
Yeah.
Yes, 15-degree angle of straightening. Questionable. Let's use that word. We're going to stay with questionable. A couple more runs to Watkin into that offside. Griffith is outside the off stump, so the over completed, that being number 28, and Watkin continues to move along quite steadily. He's on 69. Chris Dearden into double figures on 10, 142 for 4.
Yeah, Watkin very much the mainstay of this innings right from the start. He's been there and just really carrying this team right now. The hope of a good first innings certainly rests on his shoulder. Important for him to bat as long as possible, get support from the middle order and lower middle order, and as you said, it can get over 200, then I think they'll be very pleased with that.
Well, Saeed Abid Naqvi is going to continue the bowling from the southern end, and apparently I guess we should apologize to viewers for having gotten it slightly wrong. I think the last couple of overs delivered from that end were all by Abid and not Zia Ahmad, as we had been telling you. As this one is driven up to mid-off by Chris Dearden, gets the more set Martin Watkin back on strike. I think that is exactly what the English would be ordering. Get Martin on the strike. He has been the more free-scoring batsman for quite a while. Well, in this particular partnership, now worth 25. So we got the pair of opening bowlers now operating together outside the yard stump, slashing over the top of the delivery is Watkin. The bowler throws his hands in the air. Hit wide of that man in that short mid wicket, brings the fielder off the mid wicket boundary into play. They're going to come back for the second run, but again Watkin is keen on such, but Dearden much more heavy set, carrying a bit more girth around the middle, not as swift between the wickets, and he opts for the cautious route. We're not going to chance that second run. Slight adjustment made to the field now. We see fielders coming in off the boundary with Dearden back on the strike, so good awareness by the captain to keep the press on batsman Dearden, but this time he's going to exploit it. Short delivery, pulled over the head of the man who had just been brought in from deep mid wicket, and that ball goes a couple of bounces into the fence there on the far side of the ground. A boundary to Chris Dearden, but not a very good delivery on the part of the bowler Abi. And 4 more to the England total. Now that man who had been brought in has been pushed right back on the boundary. This delivery is short, hit hard, but straight to the fielder at cover, who this time fields cleanly and keeps the batsman at home to the final delivery of the 29th over. 148 for 4. The Englishman once again with Martin with the batter on strike when the new over begins.
Yep, and Watkin now into the 70s, and he's exactly 70, and playing a very, very good hand here for his team.
Well, he has been rather patient in building the platform for his innings. Got off to a fairly slow start, but particularly with the fact that they did lose a couple of early wickets, so his approach was merited even then, as he struck on the pad and gone. One pitch right up, going across the line this time. Martin Watkin and missing, and again for the second time we have seen that Yorker length delivery work for the bowler Mike Griffith, and getting rid of the very set Martin Watkin. Leg before wicket for 70.
A bad wicket to lose at this stage. He really was the mainstay of the innings. There have been some good contributions apart from that, but I think generally his has been the more outstanding of the performances. Bad time to lose the wicket, but he gets a good round of applause from his team, who are very appreciative of his contribution. But a good breakthrough for the West here.
Very good bowling though by Griffith, and a timely strike too, because our captain did go to his, Wayne Copeland did go to his main bowlers, the opening pair of bowlers, in search of another wicket. And Griffith on this occasion delivering and getting rid of the set batsman. I mean, that is the batsman that they would have preferred to have gotten out anyhow. So kudos to Captain Copeland, and well done to Mike Griffith, who now picks up his third wicket with a total 148 for 5. You're going to be going through another refreshment break. This being the third over, so we're heading into that third and final phase of the England innings at 148 for 5 with 15 overs are still remaining, still very much with 200, definitely with 200 in view, and I want suspects they will be wanting to push on and get a few more. Of course, the U.S. team who's remained in the fight. The bowlers have generally done a decent job. They not necessarily getting the full support of the fielding, but of course we understand the difficulties involved at this Masters level as far as agility in the field is concerned. Although I must commend the running between the wickets of the English batsmen. Have done very well. The Americans have tried to remain in the fight, and the game still very much on. The U.S. team coming out of their huddle at the end of the refreshment break, and we are going to be looking to resume the England innings in a very short while. Tasting some success, the U.S. team, so they will be that would help to buoy them in the very hot conditions, steaming hot sun here at the Wanderers ground. But there's nothing to provide any needed energy for a fielding team, Roland, like a wicket, no matter what stage of the match it is.
Absolutely, especially if it's the one who's giving you the most trouble. So they'll be very, very pleased to have got rid of Watkin. That will certainly give the team just a little bit more energy, just as things were slipping away from them.
Well, the new batsman to the wicket, that is Jim Phillips, the new batsman. Wide down the leg side, one more to the total, brings up the 150 for England. 150 for 5. Only one legal delivery sent down in this over so far. That was amazing. As well as to get in. The ball to Jim Phillips, and Phillips onto the front foot. Pushes it into the onside. There is
I was just going to question you, as to which one was it?
Well, there were two wides. He got the wicket with the first delivery, and then there were two wides down the next two deliveries, so they didn't count as legal deliveries. As he goes a full toss, not taken advantage of by the new batsman, looking to drive it into the outside, getting a bit far across, getting it off the inner half of the bat, not getting it out of the middle. So Griffith, who has seen some success, is down the leg side. There's an appeal from the fielders. The umpire was there a signal there, Ashton? So actually the ball probably brushing. So the fielder's actually hearing something as the ball went to the keeper. And the umpire ruling that the ball may have just brushed some part of the batsman's apparel. So it's not a wide. Remains 150 for 5. This delivery is outside the off stump, and Jim Phillips doesn't go in pursuit of it. Not wide enough to be penalized, but wide enough to induce the batsman to allow it through to the keeper. This time onto the front foot he comes, strokes it up to the captain at the edge of the square at short extra cover. The end of a successful over from Michael Griffith. 7 overs, 3 for 29. He has been definitely by far the best of the bowlers for the USA today.
Yeah, he's he's picked up 3 wickets so far for his 29, so he's done an excellent job. And just stopping this score from getting away from it's threatening to get away at various points, but still pretty much under control.
And that's so now we have some 30 overs completed, and we're going to have another change of bowler. I think the leg spin, a variety of leg spin and wristy off spin, I think. So Chandrasekaran Tirumutri, like I said, is variety of leg spinners. And he comes, brings Dearden onto the front foot, pushes it away into the offside, no run. So still a slip in place, and that very short point, a position that we've noticed the US team has maintained almost for the entire innings, especially from this end, as this one off the inside edge could have been the googly there. Dearden looking to steer it into the slip, the ball spinning back into him and coming off the inside edge, traveling between him and the stumps. So Tirumutri off to a good start in this new spell. 3 overs for 25 before this. Here he is, short. Ball piercing the cover field. Chase for Copeland from extra cover. He's going to pull it back a couple of meters inside the boundary at deep extra cover. But after something of a relay between the two fielders, the batsmen have already completed 3 runs.
And in the process, Dearden has dislodged his box halfway through the run. He was trying to grab. but he managed to complete the 3.
Well, yes, and that ball, well struck, shot by Dearden, stroking it well, timing it beautifully into the gap, getting 3 actually, to move the total up to 153 as the new batsman Jim Phillips, not yet off the mark, comes on to strike. So we've seen some adjustment in the field. Captain Copeland now bringing himself into that extra cover position. Off the back foot and not taken cleanly by the keeper. I don't think that there might have been a touch on to it, but definitely defeating the batsman with that delivery at Tirumutri. This time, Phillips gets off the mark, just stepping into that delivery, flighted upon the leg stump, and just stroking it up to the fielder through the mid-on area up to long on, and gets a single to bring us to the end of that over, number 31, 153 for 5.
He had a pretty good over that. Just tossed the ball high in the air, got a little bit of turn, and once again restricted the batsman for 5, 6 and over, so doing a pretty good job at the moment.
It looks a bit slow. There was some moisture around in the early part of the day, some bounce to the opening bowlers in particular, Nabi, but I think it has settled down into quite an easy pace surface now. Some spin there, though, slow turn for the bowlers. As Griffith is right up again, that Yorker length delivery has been the one giving the problems, and there he was right up to Jim Phillips on that occasion. Phillips coming down at the last minute and getting it off the inside edge onto his pad. So Griffith continues to impress. And this time he's pushing Phillips onto the back foot, stroking it up to cover. Nice falling stop there by the man at the edge of the circle at cover. There's a backward point to cover. Extra cover long off. Mid on. Man in at straightish mid wicket. Then the man forward of square, and then there is a fielder at the backward short leg position. Backward square leg position. Also a slip in place. So they are still keeping the press on, not pushing the field back even at this stage of the USA. This delivery outside the off stump and to the keeper, no run. And the ball's a full toss. He is just a single to Jim Phillips. Not really getting a lot of power into his shot, not timing it. Full delivery on the leg stump. And eventually the single had as the fielder from mid-on has to come around. 1-5-5-4-5 after 5 deliveries of the 32nd over. And this time Dearden pushes it away into the offside. Immediately he calls to his partner for the single. The ball well into that gap. Just the extra cover in the backward point. And plenty of space between those two. And Dearden getting that easy single to bring his score to 19. And the England total to 156 for 5. After some 32 overs. So it's going to be once again the leg spin of Chandrasekaran Tiramotri. Griffith 8 overs, 3 wickets for 31 runs. Saeed Abid Naqvi 8 overs, no wicket for 26 runs. As the leg spinner continues from the southern end, balls are ranked long, wide of the off stump, not even stepping across his wicket is there, able to even reach that, and umpire signals a wide. Abe Mahawashari, 1 over for 8 runs, hasn't been seen since he came on as the first change bowler and bowled that 1 over. Outside the off stump, chopped away into the offside by Dearden. And we'll settle for 1. Zia Ahmad, 4 overs, 23 runs. Chandrasekaran Tiramotri in his 5th over. Wayne Copeland, 2 overs for 16 runs. And Sankar Jayaram, 5 overs, 22 runs and 1 wicket. We've got some 12 overs left after this, as this one is hit up to Copeland, who has been by far the most impressive of the U.S. fielders in there, that extra cover position. Hasn't put a foot wrong so far. Flighted up outside the off stump, tempted to go after it. Is Jim Phillips, makes a decision at the last moment not to. Ball taken behind by the keeper. Man at gully, the attacking fielder in place, crouches now as this one is full on the leg stump, swept away behind square by Phillips. He's going to come back for a second run. The ball doesn't have the power to make it out to the boundary at deep backward square, but that man at deep square leg having to come around to his right, and the batsmen pick up another couple. So 2 more to Phillips. He doubles his score. He's 4. It's 160 for 5 now. As Captain Copeland making some adjustments. He's going to ask the man at short fine leg to come a bit wider. He's going to push that deep square leg more towards mid-wicket as this delivery is hit away up to point. They think of one, now they're going to come for it as the fielder doesn't take it cleanly. Number Jayaram there at point, not picking up the ball cleanly, and once he doesn't pick it up cleanly, the English batsman, the English pair, coming through for the single. Short hit to who? Copeland there at extra cover. He feels cleanly. They can't score, can't penetrate the wall of Copeland there at extra cover. And the over comes to an end with a dot ball. 12 overs remaining in the innings. And after 33 overs, England 161 for 5. So once again, it's that man, Mike Griffith. First ball, he used a single up to cover, a drive by Jim Phillips up to cover. 162 for 5. Chris Dearden been there for some 39 minutes, now on 20. And this delivery is down the leg side, wide delivery. Getting away from the bowler Griffith on that occasion. And of course, one more to the total. Hit between the mid-wicket and the forward square. 1, 2, 4 runs it is. Down the slope here at Wanderers, the ground sloping slightly from east to west, and getting that one into the gap is there, then pitched upon the leg stump. And despite the valiant efforts of the two fielders, the ball won the race towards the rope, and England get another 4 runs. Dearden goes to 24. 167 for 5.
Yeah, Dearden hit him with the spin and placed it perfectly. Nobody out at the mid-wicket, so he was able to pick up the boundary.
Still no one in position there, as a matter of fact. Looking for the boundary riders, not seeing many of them. I'm sure there's one at long off for sure, as he's stroking this one powerfully wide of long off, and that is going to go across the rope. Expansive looking shot, and one of the best we've seen from Dearden so far, Roland.
Yeah, nicely executed drive. He's timed it perfectly. There is a long off in place, but he's fairly straight. And once he beat extra cover. So back-to-back boundaries for Dearden.
Yeah, throwing the arms at that one. He did have the width to play with, and he really threw his arms into that. And got it away for 4 good runs, 171 for 5. He's up to 28. That's his 4th boundary. Swing, edge, and take of that short third man. So Griffith wins the war. Despite a couple of battles won by Dearden, eventually this one up outside the all stump again. Dearden again throwing the arms at it. This time it peels off the lower part of the bat and just loops up for an easy catch to the man there at the short third man. Dearden comes back for 28 of 23 balls with 4 fours, 171 for 5.
Yeah, it wasn't quite full enough to hit that ball over the wicket. That's where it was aiming. Got a thick outside edge, went just high in the air as the man at short third man. Takes a comfortable catch. So Dearden, after a breezy 28, has to make his way back to the pavilion. 171 for 5. He receives also a round of applause from his teammates.
To be, I believe, Zia Ahmad. A fourth wicket now for Griffith, who is seeing the new batsman getting off the mark immediately. The new batsman being Phil Deakin. So Dearden gone, Deakin replaces him, gets off the mark immediately. And Griffith will now bowl to Phillips. And transferring the weight is Phillips first onto the front foot and then rocking back onto his back foot and pushing it back along the pitch on the onside for the bowler to take. So once again, Michael Griffith has tasted success, and he's tasted success some 4 times in this innings. He has completed his allotment, his maximum allotment of 9 overs, picking up 4 for 42. An excellent job, the right arm slow for his side.
Yeah, I'm very pleased with his contribution. As you said, he's picked up 4 wickets, so in 9 overs, so he's done a pretty good job.
So we're going to be heading, so definitely the US will not have Griffith to come back in the death, but Captain Cortland taking his chances and utilizing his best bowler, one would have to say, in the middle of the innings, as Tiramotri with his leg spin is seeing Phil Deakin turn a delivery out to square leg for 1. So Deakin has a strike over to Jim Phillips. Phillips is coming down the track looking to drive. He does drive it too, but well fielded by the bowler in his follow through. Just knocking it down, keeping it under control in front of him. Here he is, Jim Phillips hitting this one up to cover, up to that man at square cover. After some difficulty, eventually bringing the ball under control, and no more than the single had to be had by the England batsman. Looking for the sweep, the appeal goes up, and nothing concerted about that appeal. Ball probably pitching outside the leg stump. We're sitting over, looking over the head of where possibly a second, third slip might have been. So not really straight on to be able to judge the line of the deliveries as he's brought onto the front foot Deakin, and the ball running away square with the turn. The leg spinner getting a bit of purchase, not a whole lot. And the ball dropping away to that man in at a very square gully position now. He crouches as Deakin coming onto the front foot, looking to slash it away into the outside off the pitch. Doesn't make contact. So the end of a good over by Tiramotri. He'll be satisfied with that. He's sent down some 6 overs for 36 runs now. And the England total 174 for 6. Jim Phillips on 7. Phil Deakin, who's recently come to the wicket, he's on 2.
Yes, and the scoring has certainly decreased somewhat from since Watkin was there when Watkin was going nicely. The scoreboard was moving along, but since his dismissal, things have really slowed down.
Yes, his dismissal. There'll be a couple of other wickets falling also. Chris Dearden did try to punch to keep that run rate going, but he's now gone. So we see what the English have to offer in the bottom part of this innings. Wayne Copeland, the US captain, returns to the attack from the pavilion end. 2 overs for 16 runs before he took himself out of the attack. Starts with a dot ball. Another dot. You want to see many more of such deliveries. Of course, he'd prefer to get the next 4 wickets before the completion of the 11 overs, the 9 overs that remain after this. Flighted up outside the off stump, having a careful look is the batsman Jim Phillips, and he looks at it all the way into the gloves of the keeper. Drive. Again, almost yorking himself. That one tossed right up by the bowler, Copeland, who is just throwing himself away to his right to ensure that that ball does not go past him and concede a single. As this one in the air through the gully area. Ahmad from short third man goes after it. The batsmen are going to come back for 2. Ahmad's return comes in, but much too late. Delivery outside the off stump and just using the width somewhat was Phillips. Getting it in the air, but well wide of Ahmad, who was then on the 45 angle at short third man. He's come a bit squarer now for this next delivery, which is short, looking to pull down the ground is Phillips. Again, getting it off the bottom of the bat. So a good, decent over from Captain Wayne Copeland. Just keeping the scoring down to 2. I'm sure he'll be happy with that. And England now 176 for 6. So I want... So no change of bowler. Again, it's going to be Chandrasekaran Tiramutri bowling his right arm wrist spin. Leg breaks. I probably might have detected a googly or 2 in the 6 overs he's sent down so far. So he's off the edge, beating that diving fielder there at that short gully position. They're thinking of going back for 2. Keeper Bangalore goes in pursuit, and he reaches it in time to convince the batsman that 2 runs was not a good idea. A second run, in fact, was not a good idea. But a good delivery on that occasion from Tiramutri as the batsman coming onto the front foot, the leg spinner taking it off a thick outside edge. But that man at point now coming around a bit finer at gully, but he's been used quite square all day. As this time is driving is Phillips and just gets the 1 up to the mid-off, who is quite deep.
Rest of the world all out 45.
What? So 178 for 6. Full delivery, pulled away from the man at backward square, and this one is going to run across the boundary on this rather quick outfield here at Wanderers. A gift from the bowler Tiramutri, and Deakin accepting it gleefully, making good contact. No one behind the square leg, and down to the boundary it went for 4 and makes it 182 for 6. No. Ain't gonna be no. Delivery down on the off stump, carefully pushed up into the offside. This time is a dot ball, no run. 182 for 6. Some 8 overs still to go. 8 overs and 3 balls left. Tiramichu to Deacon. And he's stroking this one. Shot he seems to like a lot, Deacon. Just easing onto the front foot, allowing the ball to come on to him, and then stroking it through the vacant mid-off position. There's a man back at long off. So the single always easily had. There's also a deep extra cover and a deep mid-wicket. The boundaries fielders, the man at mid-on is not quite back on the boundary, just about 2/3 of the way, and off the back foot stroked up to that man at deep extra cover. And again, the strike rotated. So the Englishmen more or less preparing themselves for that final assault, one would imagine, Roland. Not prepared to take a lot of risks at this point in time. With still some 8 overs to bowl. But of course, we expect as they get closer to the end of the innings, getting into the death, we'll expect some acceleration.
Yes, you would. I think we've got to be careful that the cautious approach doesn't mean that they finish with a total of about 210 when they could be more positive and get 230. So maybe they feel 210 will be enough, but at this moment in time, certainly need to see some fireworks.
Well, it's 184 for 6. They're going along at just under 5 runs and over. So if let's say they continue at 5 and over for the next the 8 overs, which is another 40 runs, we can see a total of probably about 225 is looking at the present rate, and if there's any acceleration, even more. Copeland to Phillips. Full toss, hit straight to the fielder. The return comes in, and there's an appeal for the catch for the run out, but Phillips getting back into his ground. He hit that one straight to the man at mid-wicket, advanced down the wicket looking for a single, sent back by his partner. He had to turn and return to retrieve his crease, and the return was a good one too, but not in time to dismiss Jim Phillips, who had enough time to get back into his ground. Haroon, the fielder there at mid-wicket. Adam G. Haroon. Copeland to bowl and hit away behind point. Another couple of runs here for sure. 2 more to Phillips. 2 more to England. It's 186 for 6. So Copeland has been doing a decent job, mainly concentrating on landing that ball just outside the off stump, forcing the batsman to play into the offside most of the time. There he is, bringing Jim Phillips onto the front foot, enjoying that nice stroking it up to long off for 1 more. 187 it is now for 6. Hit, beating the extra cover, runs again. The man from the sweeper position has to come quite a few meters around to his right, and though the ball not traveling very quickly up to the long off boundary, the batsman still able to come back for 2. So 2 more. Not so sure that the USA would be unhappy with giving away 1s and 2s. They certainly will want to be seeing the boundary count going up. This one nudged away into the offside and going for the sharp single. The pair of English batters at the end of over number 38 now. 190 for 6, and that run rate now goes to exactly 5 runs per over.
Just really need to see what the English lower order batsmen have in terms of big hitting, whether they're capable of cashing in on these remaining overs. Just to still take a long and fight over.
Well, I actually saw the England team play their very first match against Australia, and after they had slipped to 45 for 8, there was a partnership of 70 for the ninth wicket that brought them right back into the game. And I thought that eventually they were not even bowled out. They were 9 wickets down at the end. But I thought that what prevented the game even being closer was that there was no power coming. But then again, there was only the 2 wickets left anyhow.
Yeah.
So I guess they couldn't afford to take that risk, to take the chance of losing the wicket. And eventually they lost by some 15 runs. This is a different kettle of fish though. And with wickets in hand, we would expect a completely different approach as we go deeper into the depth.
The game 46 all out, 30 without loss.
So we've been seeing getting some information from the other 2 games going on concurrently with this one. And the news from the Barbados National Oil Company is that the rest of the world dismissed for 46 by Australia, who are somewhat on the threshold of victory, having reached 30 without loss already. A change of bowler at that southern end, and we see Jayaram returning to the attack. So 46 all out rest of the world versus Australia, who has so far replied with 30 for no loss, and West Indies 161 for 3. Was that the completion of the innings? 161 for 3 in 30 with overs still to be bowled. Another couple picked up here by Phillips. So Phillips and Deakin doing a steady job here for England as the total approaches that 200 mark. 195 it is now. 4-6. So Jayaram outside the all stump, appeal for a stumping, and he's out. Good work by keeper Bangalore outside the all stump, and Jim Phillips looking for the drive, missing, and a quick stumping by keeper Bangalore to break this partnership, which closes at 24. A 7th wicket down for England, and a wicket that the United States really could have used, as this partnership beginning to become a bit annoying to them. But I think the special thing there would have been the work of the keeper in bringing off that stumping. So Phillips gone for 18. 195 for 7 is the total as the US team go in to a huddle. So it's Barlingay is the keeper. Barlingay. So Phillips stumped Barlingay, bowled Jayaram for 18, faced some 35 balls, didn't strike a boundary. And John Butterworth fills the breach at the wicket. So John Butterworth had a good game in the first outing with the bat, with the ball in particular. A wicket number 2 to Jairam. Butterworth gets off the mark, piercing that offside field, but finding the protection at deep extra cover. So the end of that successful over from Sankar Jairam, 2 for 28 from 6 overs. And with 6 overs left in the innings, England 196 for 7. So not out Butterworth. He have the strike, having taken the single off the last delivery of the previous over. Phil Deakins still there on 12. But it will be Wayne Copeland, the captain. 4 overs for 24 runs. And he is on the off stump, pushed into the covers. Some hesitation here in going for that run. Eventually they get through safely, but John Butterworth starting and stopping initially, but urged so by his partner Phil Deakin. And despite the return coming into the bowler's end, batsman getting home safely. Flicked away into the onside. Good stop there at mid wicket. Doesn't allow for any run. Again, Adam G. Haroon there at mid wicket doing good work. Short delivery pulled out towards the forward of square position, and over the rope it will go for 4. A couple of bounces. Shortish delivery and sitting deep in his crease on this occasion, Phil Deakin, and pulling it away. Not in front. There's a man at a deep mid wicket, but he did delay his shot long enough to get it more a lot squarer, and hitting it in forward square. The ball bouncing before crossing the rope for 4. Comes into him again. Short delivery on the off stump. Hit away into the offside. They are going to settle for 1 because the ball is traveling straight up to the fielder coming in from the sweeper position. They're at deep extra cover. So the strike rotated. Butterworth back on strike. 200 runs coming up with that boundary. As this one pushed into the offside, they immediately go for the single. Easy run. So the 200 coming up in the 40th over for England. And Phil Deakin, who would more or less be the senior partner at the wicket now. He's on strike. 17 off 15 deliveries. He struck a couple of boundaries. Coming forward and driving on the full again. Excellent work by Copeland. He has really been the standout in the field for the USA. That ball struck firmly along the wicket and just falling away to his right, getting a right hand to it and keeping the ball under control. Doesn't allow a run off that final delivery of the 4th over with 5 overs to go. It's 203 for 7. That rate now up to 5.08 runs per over. And very much on target for a total in the region of 230 at the moment. Jayaram pulled away by Deacon out towards the long leg position. The ball has it crossed the rope? With some discussion. Yes, it has actually. Just about making it up to the rope at the wide long leg position. Short, well, making some adjustment there, coming across his wicket and opening up the leg side, Deacon, pulling it away behind square, and the ball just trickling over the rope at fine leg. So another boundary to him, Deacon, and 4 more to the England total. It's 208 for 7. And we are already into the 41st over. 2 deliveries left, in fact, in the 41st over. Jayaram to Deacon, and he's leaving a delivery quite wide of the off stump. That is signaled a wide by umpire Welch. So another one to the extras. As Deacon, full toss hit on the bounce to the man at the deep mid wicket, settling to receive it on the bounce rather than looking to come in and make a catch of it. The ball traveling in the air for quite a while. But I think that was the sensible thing to do, just yielding the 1 run. As Butterworth is chopping this one beautifully out towards deep cover. The fielder at the swivel position comes around, and they are going to settle for just the 1 as the ball is relayed in from the boundary at extra cover. So Butterworth keeps the strike at 211 for 7 with 41 overs gone, and that rate continuing to climb. It's now 5.15 runs per over. And Jayaram, one of the 3 wicket takers, the other 2 being Mike Griffith, who's taken 4, and Tiramutri, who has 1. So with 4 overs left, Mike Griffith has already completed his allotment of 9. So any number of options left for Captain Copeland. He's going to go with himself to bowl the 42nd over. He has already sent down some 5 overs for 31 runs. So all the bowlers except Mike Griffith will be options for him to use. He's going to bowl to John Butterworth. Butterworth comes down the wicket, then realizes that he's not quite to the pitch, and settles to push this one back along the wicket to the bowler. Punched up to cover, ball traveling much too quickly to the fielder there at extra cover. This batsman still can't score, so 2 dot balls in this over by Copeland. Down the track again comes Butterworth. Again, he can't quite get to it. Has to settle again for pushing it into the offside. Even brings an appeal from the bowler, as that ball might have taken the pad also, but he's way down the track, Butterworth. As this time, much fuller delivery hit to that man at extra cover. The batsman come through for the single and get it. Not fielded cleanly on the first attempt. So Butterworth hands the strike over to Phil Deacon. Deacon on 22. And Deacon looking to get down the wicket, but pulled back in length by the bowler. Clever bowling by Copeland, but also just as equally clever for the batter Deacon, because he managed to check his advance and then open the face of the bat, run the ball down behind backward point, and gets a couple of runs. So interesting phase of cricket. Intelligent cricket on the part of both batsman and bowler. 214 for 7. Deacon waits for some adjustment in the field. Now Captain Copeland is going to continue. And down the wicket, head in the air, high, out towards deep mid wicket, and the ball goes for 6. A maximum. The first 6 of the match, very, very well hit by Phil Deacon, coming down the wicket, getting one, angling in more towards the middle and leg stumps, and lifting it high over a straightish mid-wicket position. The man from Nongon came around and was interested in it for a while, but eventually it cleared his head and cleared the rope. And Deacon gets the first 6 of the match. He is up to 30, and England definitely with the accelerator on now. Roland?
Yeah, most definitely. That was a good shot. Very good use of the feet. And down the pitch, and intention always to hit the ball in the air. And struck it nicely over the wicket in front of our commentary position. And as you said, for the first maximum.
So I think this is now going to be Zia Ahmad, who's taking over the bowling at that southern end, the Prof. Edwards end. Yes, he is taking over from Jayaram, and his first delivery is turned away square on the onside for a single by Butterworth. Brings the man on fire, Phil Deacon, back into strike. Deacon 30 from 21 balls, 3 fours and a 6. Only faced some 7 dots as he waits for Ahmad and hits this one square in the offside. And he could get a couple of runs here because the fielder Jairam not picking up cleanly, attempting to use his foot to stop the ball and conceding an extra run. So Deacon retains the strike, moves to 32, 223 for 7. So the target for the Englishmen continues to be adjusted. They've already passed the 225. We were suggesting some overs back. As this one is a full toss, worked away down to the long leg position, another 4. Badly lined delivery from Ahmad, and Deakins, who is seeing it big now, just getting that front foot forward and picking his spot behind square on the onside, and picks up his 4th boundary. Brings his total up to 36 and the total 227 for 7. So runs beginning to leak here now from the USA bowlers.
And the acceleration just coming at the right time.
Deacon faces up again. He's getting into his wicket, looking to help this one around again, looking to exploit that area. Fine on the onside, doesn't make contact. Looking to play a little dink. It gets away though, because the ball is actually pitching outside the leg stump and continuing on that line. So Ahmad will have to bowl that one over. Does so now. And Deacon looking to play that shot. Actually plays it this time, but gets it a lot squarer than he may have been hoping. And straight into that man on the deep backward square boundary. So he walks a single, does Deacon. And John Butterworth, who's scored 6 out of a partnership of 34, is down the track, and when he gets there, can't do anything else but block it back along the pitch. So Englishmen using their feet, but in a number of cases, Roland, I find almost telegraphing their movement by leaving the crease a bit too early off the back foot, hit up to cover no run. So on a couple of occasions we've seen them come down the wicket, but the bowlers have been able to adjust their length because the early movement by the batsmen.
You understand it quite skillfully, just changing the length of the delivery and also at times slowing it up as well, so that the batsman has to put all the power into it, and he's deceived them a couple of occasions.
Captain Copeland to bowl the 44th and penultimate over. So just 2 left. And Copeland 6 overs for 40 runs so far will be sending down what will be his seventh and final. Starts by seeing Deakins advancing down the track and driving it in the air, but the falling well short of the fielder at long off. Deakin up to 38 with that single. 230 for 7 the total, and Butterworth is driving, and an excellent stop by the man there at extra cover. Falling away to his left is Jairam, getting a left hand to it, and the batsmen having to scamper back into their creases. No run. Copeland to Butterworth, down the wicket again, driving it hard, but coming off the bottom of the bat and just squeezing up to that man at long off. Just a single. I think England will be hoping for much more than singles with the rest of the deliveries left. Actually, only some 9 legal deliveries left, as Copeland wants to make some adjustment to his field. I think the long off fielder brought a lot straighter. He bowled to Phil Deakin now. And Deakin is looking to pull this one away to the onside. Loud appeal coming from Copeland, but umpire Dave Thompson not giving the decision in his favour. Delivery not quite so short, but as Deakin seemed quite prone to want to get inside his wicket and play the ball fine on the onside. We saw it in the previous over from Ahmad, and now with that delivery, they were looking to hit this one hard out of the ground and missing, struck on the pad, well outside the leg stump. So Copeland happy to keep the scoring down to singles and dots. With his final delivery to bowl to Phil Deakin, and Deakin is again not able to make contact with one darting into the pad, the angle taking it down the leg side. So he'd be happy, Wayne Copeland, to come to the end of his 7th over. 7 overs for 42 runs. That last over conceding just a couple of singles, I believe, to bring England to 231 for 7 with just the final over to go. A rate of 5.25 runs per over. So whatever target the US will have to chase is going to ask them to score at over 5 runs per over. Some discussion, I believe, about the tactics for this last over. It will be Naqvi Abid, Saeed Abid Naqvi, who bowled from the southern end earlier. So he's been charged with the responsibility of bowling the final over. Abid Naqvi, right arm slow. He's bowling to John Butterworth. And this short delivery is pulled into the onside. They are going to be able to come back for a second run, as the fielder from long on has to come all the way in to almost a position inside the restrictive circle. So allowing the batsman enough time to come back for 2. Butterworth looking for a big swing, struck on the pad, the ball angling down the leg side, but importantly for the US, just a dot. Down the wicket, and he is out. Stumped by Barlingay. Again, delivery outside the all stump. Charging down the track is Butterworth. That one was wide of the all stump. Doesn't make contact. And the keeper, who was standing back actually, throwing the ball onto the wicket. But Butterworth way out of his crease.
Yep, and as we come towards the end of this innings, I think we'll be very happy with 233 at this stage.
Well, yes, but not exactly playing to his role, I believe Butterworth. Could have been thinking along the lines of feeding the strike to Phil Deakin, who has been the one getting the ball away. But I guess in the death, it is all caution thrown to the wind.
Yeah.
Jerry saw it. So he is out stumped by Barlingay of Nakvi for 9. It's 233 for 8. 3 deliveries left in the innings. And the man going to the crease. Scroll down there from the last two.
Who's going on?
The name of the new batsman. Jason Comte coming at number 10 with 3 deliveries left. Looks to be a left-handed batter. One of the few. I don't think we've seen a left-hander in the England side so far. So tall, sturdily built individual, Jason Comte, and Nakvi choosing to go around the wicket now. And this one pushed into the outside for a single.
Well, that's what I've just been out to say to you.
He's still outside the area. That must be a no-ball.
Yeah.
And the no ball has been called for too many players outside the circle, just 3 men inside of the circle when that delivery was set down. So umpire Sheena was realizing and calling the no ball. Now the fourth fielder has been brought in, so 2 runs, a single and a no ball, so still the 2 deliveries left. And Deakin not able to put that one away. I think that one comes off the pad. Yes, here comes the signal for the leg by. So
No, but 2 to go. So there's a no.
236 for 8. And the new batsman Comte back on strike. So Deakin on 38 would want to get back on for that final delivery, one believes.
John, if we had VAR, you would be in race.
I missed, not taken cleanly by the keeper, so we never know if there might have been a little nick there. The bowler did throw his hands in the air. Final delivery, hit down the ground. 1 innings, England winning the toss and electing to bat. Lost Merriman for 6, Watkin for 70, Brathwaite for 5, Douglas for 14, Gordon Lennox for 29, Dearden for 28, Phillips 18, Butterworth 9, Comte 3, Pear didn't get to bat, and Deakin left not out on 38. And then the bowling for the USA side, Abby Nakvi 1 for 32, 9 overs, 1 maiden. Michael Griffith, by far the best bowler, 4 for 42 from 9 overs. Abigail Maharashtra, 1 over for 8 runs. Zia Ahmad 5 overs for 32. Chandrasekaran Tirumutri 7 overs 44 runs and 1 wicket. Wayne Copeland 7 overs for 42 runs, and Sankar Jayaram 7 overs 2 wickets for 35 runs. 238 the total. Does it represent a satisfactory total for England? Roland Butcher.
Yeah, we most definitely. I think very good total. When you take everything into consideration, the heat, etc., I think England will be quite pleased with that total. Obviously they've got to go and defend it. So good contributions right through the innings, all the way down, regular in the 20s, and obviously that standout 70 from Watkin. So the key to really to their innings were the partnerships that they were able to develop, certainly in the middle order, after that auspicious start. So to reach 238 at the end, I think is a satisfying performance. So they'll be quite pleased with that. I mean, just to obviously remind listeners and watchers that there are lots of cricket going on around the world right now, and plenty of runs being scored. Just looking at the England game, Milan got 100, Butler got 130 odd. South Africa chasing another big total. Another chasing 346, 94 for 2. Shepard Gill got another 100. So it doesn't seem to be a great day for the bowlers.
As you said, lots of runs being scored around. Batsmen having a grand time here at the Wanderers ground. The English batsmen, I'm sure, enjoying these conditions much more than they would have in their opening game up at Forest Square. And the 238 for 8. A challenging total for the USA. And if you recall, USA all out for 82 in their first match. But I'm sure will be, again,
to be here, and what a lovely day for cricket, and good chase on. The question is going to be, have the USA got the batters to overhaul this total of 238, which is quite an imposing total.
We've got Joe Pierre coming on to bowl the first ball. It's pushed to square leg. Good stop in the field. Joe Pierre, originally from Dominica. He plays for Essex with me and Neil Brathwaite, that's in the squad as well. Good all-rounder, Joe. Used to be pretty rapid and can still bowl good speed for a 60-year-old. Sometimes the radar isn't quite there, but gives it everything he's got, Joe, and obviously hoping for him to bowl really well here today. He's coming in. He's bowling to Chandrakant Barling. It's well pitched up, slightly up the outside edge, picked up just behind square by Neil Brathwaite.
Still moving well.
Yeah, very athletic still, Joe.
Yeah, it still looks quite live.
And the first wicket is down. It was a full toss. Quite nicely timed, but he's picked out Jim Phillips in mid-wicket and USA on 0 for 1.
Yes, and perfect start for England. Not so good for USA. He just thought he'd put that one away. He said it's a full toss right side, but timed it nicely, but straight to the fielder who held on.
Must be so frustrating when you get a ball like that, which you dream of really as an opening batsman, and you put it straight down the fielder's throat. I'm sure we've all done that so many times.
Yeah, would have been enjoying his lunch, looking forward to batting this afternoon, but he goes without scoring.
0 for 1, and it's Ravi Suri coming in to bat at number 3. Had a message over the lunchtime, Roland. Best wishes from a guy called Mel Hussain.
Yeah, and when you speak to him, give him my best wishes as well, and I'm sure that he would wish he was in this part of the world at the moment. With this.
He actually qualifies for the under-60s now.
He does, right?
So he'll be playing with me for Essex next year, and looking forward to playing again with Mel.
Yeah, I mean that's good news. Good to see that guys still over 60 wanting to play this game. You don't just, especially if you've been playing from a young age, if you can, obviously the intensity levels will drop, but if you still enjoy the games, you should keep playing.
Absolutely. Joe Pierre into Ravi Suri. It's been pitched up, nicely pushed forward, goes out to John Butterworth at mid-on. Short ball, just pushed away, just backward point again. So we've got 2 slips, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, and just behind square leg. And a deep fine. Full toss again, and this time it's just over. John Butterworth goes out to the boundary. They've ran 2. It's rolled into the boundary, and that's 4 runs off the last ball of the over. The United States 4 for 1.
Yeah, perfect start for England. Just picking up that early wicket, and just trying to catch up on some of the cricket that's being played at the moment. The first class season in the Caribbean has only just started. One game started yesterday, and there's another 2 started today around the region. And obviously lots of international cricket going on right now. South Africa and England in a tussle. Chasing a big score, South Africa again, and India defeating New Zealand quite easily.
So from the Prof Edwards end, we've got Jason Cornt coming on to bowl. Jason's a big, tall, probably 6'3", 6'4". He plays for Derbyshire. Former policeman, medium pace bowler, does a little bit there off the seam. Good competitive cricketer. To his mates, I believe he's nicknamed Big Lump. To his enemies, he's blooming Big Lump.
I wonder why.
So he's going to be bowling to Gregory Caraciolo. I remember Gregory from Australia, the World Cup. Gregory hails from Arizona. Great to see cricket all around the world. It's amazing how cricket is played in, well, pretty much every single country. I played a couple of years ago in Estonia. And we was playing in a little competition out there. Anyway, Jason Cornt coming into Gregory. Short just down the leg side. Bounced a little bit, that one. It's going to be picked up at fine leg by Joe Pierre. And it's a leg by. Jason's likely to get some bounce because of his height. I think the new ball over here generally does tend to bounce a little bit, the first 10 overs or so. He's got a slip, backward point, third man, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and backward square leg. Wicket-keeper Kevin Bissett from Warwickshire standing up to the wicket. Jason comes in. That's short and a little bit wide outside the umpire, signalled wide by the umpire. So it's a good first over from Big Lump, and the USA have moved on to 6 for 1. When was your last game, Roland?
That's a very good question. My very last game of cricket would have been, must be well over 10 years ago. I used to play over 40s here in Barbados. While I was still at university, we had a team, so I stopped playing then and haven't been in the cricket field as a player since.
Do you have any family that play?
Not close. My kids are in England. I've just got one son, he doesn't play. My grandson here, he doesn't play, so no one that's close that really plays.
So it's going to be Joe. Kevin Bissett standing back for Joe Pierre. 2 slips, backward point, square point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on and square leg. And one down underneath the trees at third man. Joe Pierre well pitched up. Well taken by Kevin Bissett, just carried on swinging away a little bit. Joe is originally from Dominica. It's well bowled. A good shot from Gregory there. Great straight drive. Captain Richard Merriman's after that. They've run 1. And that's 4 runs. Excellent first shot from Gregory Caraciolo. Slightly over pitched. Fine shot. Let's see whether Joe Pierre can just pull his length back a little bit. Yeah, it's a better length. Joe comes in again. Ball was a fuller ball. Driven, and it's 4 more. I didn't think he'd hit that as well as he did, but a fine shot. 2 boundaries in this over so far. And the USA move on to 14 for 1. Slight delay here while Ravi Suri has his laces done up. Obviously, his mum and dad are not here to do them for him. Right, we're ready to go again. That's a better length from Joe, and push back from Carachiolo. What's outside edge, and I think that's Ed Gordon-Lennox running after that. They've just gone for the 1. Whoop! Oh, bit of black ice on the outfield there for Gregory Lennox. None of them were professionals. Some of them have played minor counties. Some of them have played, under 19, second 11 county cricket, and just still love the game, but obviously didn't quite make professional, but just and the seniors cricket is just so well organised at the moment in the UK. Essex, for example, my side, they run 3 over 50s every week, 5 over 60s, and 2 over 70 teams.
That's fantastic. Even more fantastic that so many persons in the advanced stage of their lives won't be away from home so often. would that be the true reason, or the love of the game, or a combination of both?
It's a definite combination of both there, Roland. I think it's great for your mental health as well, because you've got a game every week. It's something to look forward to. They're playing different places, different grounds that they've never been at. It's fantastic.
It's also good for your wife's mental health as well, because to have you in the house, day in, day out,
That's another 4 to Gregory Carachiolo, just guided down to third man. The outfit here is certainly quicker than at BNOC and at Pickwick, and definitely going to be more runs scored here than on those grounds, from what I've seen.
Yeah, that straight boundary is not particularly long, but it's running downhill, so you'll get value for money. But one thing I have discovered since retirement is that it's not a good thing to be home all the time. It will not just breaks up your routine, but it breaks up your wife's routine as well.
But no, you're right. It's very easy when you're retired to just, vegetate a little bit at home, the garden, the settee, etc. So get out, still play if you can. If not, there are always games to go and watch. Jason comes into Carachiolo. It's, I think, just off of his was a leg there, down to, but no run. Yeah, it's always best on a Saturday if I get out of the house, go and play cricket, and the wife can do the hoovering and stuff like that while I'm out the house.
Yeah, the shopping, and you're not around to stop her using the credit card.
Of course, I'm saying all this with bravado because I'm pretty sure she's not listening. She's school teacher, so she should be teaching at this moment. Jason just pulling his length back to Gregory, who's shown he's a very competent driver through the offside.
Yep, 19 for 1. And just getting back to our conversation, I have no difficulty with my wife going shopping with her sister or whatever. It saves me having to go. It's not one of my favourite chores, shopping. So it's Saturday cricket has a good distraction for me. You know, I get out and watch as much cricket as possible.
Where do you normally go and watch? What teams do you go and watch?
Well, I mean, obviously, I was at university for many years, so I watched university teams. But now I just look at the fixtures and decide which ones of interest.
Who are the top clubs at the moment?
I think Empire, you've got Wanderers, you've got, I think Willoughby won the competition this year. Louis used to be, probably the top club for many years.
Joe Pierre here's bowling to Ravi Suri. I don't think he bowled any balls to Ravi, but he's bowled 2 balls just outside off stump, tempting Ravi into playing a shot. But so far, Ravi's holding himself in check.
Yeah, he's been much better line now.
Yeah.
Initially, it was a little bit too straight.
Yep.
Not
Got to nip back a little bit. Looks as if it just hit him just above the pad roll, but probably got a nice little bruise there.
yeah, good shout, but could clearly see the height of the delivery. Generous movement again into the batsman.
Joe's just beginning to warm up here. As you said before, it's a very athletic man for, I think Joe's 63, I think. And it's short ball and it's pulled. Good shot. It's gone out to Jason Corn on the boundary. Bit of a fumble. They're coming back for 2. And the return comes in. Gregory gets back to the non-striking end. That's a good shot off the back foot, cut away. I think that's going to be 4. Neil Brathwaite's after it. Neil's very quick, and he's just pulled it just up inside the boundary. And a good return. Neil Brathwaite, excellent fielder still.
Yeah, very good chase, and the return 1 bounce to the keeper. That's quite a distance. So again, another fielder showing his athleticism and a good arm as well.
Yeah. Joe's one of the few bowlers in 60s cricket who many batsmen reach for their helmet. Wide down the leg side. Good stop by Kevin Bissett. Kevin's plays for Warwickshire. Ball's now with John Butterworth, who's off-spinner batsman for Kent. Got Richard Merriman, captain, mid-off, is Derbyshire. Joe Pierre comes in. That's a drive, and that's a good stop again by Neil Brathwaite. They get through for a single. That's
Well, yes. Again, another good over. Yeah, Richard and myself go back a long way. We played a lot of cricket together. We toured India together. And even after my professional days, when I worked, when I was at St Edward's, Oxford, I was head football and cricket coach at St Edward, Oxford public school. Richard was at Kimbolton, and St Edward's would play at Kimbolton, so we had our tussles there. And it's good to see him still playing over 60s.
So 25 for 1 off of 5 overs. So a decent start from the USA. Jason Corn, or Big Lump, to come on and bowl his 3rd over. He's bowled 2 overs, 0 for 5. Good line and length. Ravi Suri just pushes it back. Picked up by Jim Phillips, another of the Kent contingent here. We've got three Kent players in the squad. And that's on a complete action replay. Back. Jason comes into Ravi Suri. It's well pitched up just outside the off stump. No run, no shot, no run. Comes in, bowls again as a drive. It's a bit of an inside edge, goes out to mid-on, and Neil Brathwaite moves across, cuts it out. No run again. Again, just that nagging line and length, just out off stump. As Geoffrey Boycott would have said, corridor of uncertainty. Roland Butcher's grandmother could have hit that. Jason comes in, bowls to Ravi. It's to drive. It's gone back past the bowler. There's runs there. Neil Brathwaite's after it. It's only the one, though. And that's the end of the over. And it's 26 for 1. Jason Cornt, 3 overs, 0 for 6.
Much better over that in terms of consistency. Just really not releasing any sort of pressure. And what we're seeing is the ball is actually doing a little bit in the air.
Phil is plays for Lancashire. Slow left arm bowler. Phil plays for Littleborough in Lancashire, where they've had lots of top West Indian professionals. Joel Garner, Ezra Mosley. Phil's played with them all. Phil bowled really well against Australia and really tightened the screws, and looking for a good strong spell here from Phil. He's got a slip, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, and 1 at 45 saving the single. So Phil Deak into Ravi Suri. Ravi's on 10. Bowls outside off stump, left alone. Comes in again. It's forward, pushed out into the offside. Fielded by Martin Watkin from Yorkshire. It's a bit shorter. Attempted forcing shot off the back foot. Missed the ball. It's 26 for 1. Halfway through the 7th over. Phil, one of those slow bowlers that doesn't take long to get into his line and length. Comes in again. He bowls to Ravi, goes back, pushes it back to the bowler. No chance of a run there.
That's a very simple action. wouldn't imagine turns the ball particularly much, just gets it to drift into the batsman.
Yeah, he does mix it up a little bit, but he's more of a little bit of drift into the bat and line on it. That's chopped away behind square, and they've gone for 2, and 2's all they'll get. So the end of the over, first over from Phil Deakin, 2 runs from that over, and the USA move on to 28 for 1. I think this is the way the game's going to go. I think England will be bringing on their slower bowlers, and it'll be interesting to see what tactics the USA use to try and keep up with this run rate while maintaining wickets in hand. I think it's going to be Jason Cornt to continue. He's bowled well so far. He's going to be bowling to Gregory Caracciolo, and Gregory's on 13. One of those batsmen that likes to mark his mark with the bail from the stumps, which always seems a little odd to me, but it's a habit that Gregory's got into. Who was that player? Yes, Chandapol. He used to smack it on the head, didn't he, with his bat?
Yeah, and many other players after. He does actually leave the mark permanently, which is it's better than actually marking it with the stud, which can be trampled.
Yep. Short ball from Jason, just tickled around the corner square leg. John Butterworth, John's very athletic fielder. John Butterworth plays for Kent, lives in Whitstable, and he's an artist. Jason, as I said, was an ex-policeman. I think he's retired now. And pitched up, and Gregory has a slash at that, well taken by Kev Bissett. We've got Phil Deakin at slip. We've got Martin Watkin at backward point. Neil Brathwaite at cover. Richard Merriman at mid-off. It's back with Jason now. The ball's tickled around the corner. There's single. It comes down to Joe Pierre. Joe Pierre wings the ball in. Still got a really great throwing arm. It's one of the things that first went with me. I don't know about you, Roland. All of a sudden, couldn't throw the ball for toffees.
Yeah, there comes a time where getting it beyond halfway back from the boundary becomes very difficult. And then you really know it's time to give it a miss. When in earlier years we'll be getting it falling from the boundary.
Very frustrating. Jason comes into Ravi Suri. He's driven, nicely driven. And he's caught him. That's Edward Gordon-Lennox. Was pitched up outside the off stump. Ravi Suri played an attacking shot, got a bit of an outside edge, but unfortunately for him, it went to Edward Gordon-Lennox. Edward's one of the tallest players in the side who plucked it from the sky. Great catch, 29-2.
Yeah, that was a very good catch. Moving quickly, and Sorby held on to that. So breaks going the way of England at the moment.
It was Martin, was it? Don't think so.
Joe.
New batsman is number 30. And this is Saeed Abi Naqvi. So the USA 29 for 2. Off of 7.4 overs. There's a live game also being played between Barbados and Guyana. So Jason Korn just about bowl his 5th ball of his 4th over. Comes into the new batsman. Pushes the ball out into the covers. A shot outside the off stump, and they're possibly lucky to get away with that one. Not being called a wide, but that's over. 29 for 2. Jason Korn, 4 overs, 1 for 7. Just go through the batting scorecard so far for the USA here. It's Chandrakant Barlin was caught by Jim Phillips off of Joe Pierre for naught. Gregory Caracciolo is currently 14 not out. Ravi Suri out in that over caught Edward Gordon-Lennox bowled Jason Korn for 12. Phil Deakin to bowl his 2nd over. There's a few arms waving and field changing. Required run rate now has gone up to 5.68 and over. I think that's going to be quite difficult. Fielder, it's well tossed up. It's full toss, clipped away, square. There's a fielder out on the boundary. I think that's Martin Watkin, bowls the ball in. Field changes for the right-hander. Okay, yeah, this is the 8th over, I think. So it's Phil Deakin to Syed Abid Naqvi. Let's try to tickle around the corner. It's a wide called. Always frustrating for bowlers when they got the old right and left-hander in. Always, no matter what grade cricket you play, always throws them out, doesn't it? You ever bowled much, Roland? I don't remember you as a bowler.
That's a ball. I think I've got about 6 first-class wickets. So.
Fantastic. Deakin comes in. Bowls, well pitched up. Good ball that. Batsman jabbed down on it. No run. Deakin comes in, bowls, shorter ball, cut away, no run, no timing there. .31 for 2. Phil Deakin 1.4 overs, 0 for 4. He comes in again from the pavilion end, bowls. Pushed back to the ball. It was very straight, Phil. Ah, that's the end of the over.
Yeah, another tight over, and a little bit behind the rate at the moment, yes. They will certainly need to step it up if they want to get into this contest.
So only 208 from 36 overs. Just under 6 and over. A bit of running repairs to Kevin Bissett. Local physiotherapist Chantel is giving him some treatment on his arm or his shoulder. I know Kevin was absolutely over the moon to come on the trip, so he'll certainly want to carry on.
It looks like his lifting arm as well, so he'll have to switch to picking those pints up with his left.
Yes, well, I think he'll just have a huge straw, or he'll take it intravenously, maybe.
The question is, have you got another keeper if he has to?
Well, we do. We have 2 keepers here. John Goldthorpe is keeps for Yorkshire. He kept in the game against Australia, so they're going to rotate the games,
Right.
the games between them.
I just thought perhaps you'd have to call a new manager. I'd like to see Paul Bradley with the gloves on and helmet and stand up.
Well, of course, Paul is a multi-international.
And of course, the Vatican.
Yes. Paul and myself, I played against the Vatican. It's in our program here. So the Vatican are made up of priests that have come from all over the world. Sri Lanka, Australia, India, Pakistan, learning their trade. And they go to Rome for anywhere from between 2 and 5 years studying, and at certain times during their studying they are allowed various different hobbies, and they play cricket. We played a couple of games in Rome.
Yeah.
Campanelli Cricket Ground, and it's fantastically enthusiastic, these priests. They have these bright yellow jackets, and wonderful time. And then we had a personal tour of the Vatican, which again, anyone that's been to the Vatican, definitely recommend going, having a look round. Amazing place.
Yeah, Paul has told me about many stories about the Vatican cricket, and he certainly enjoys it.
Paul Bradley is the England manager. Plays his international debut was for Malta, and he's played various trees all around the world. It's Jason Cornt, or as I said earlier, Big Lump, bowling from the Professor Edwards end, and he's bowling to Gregory Carciolo. Pushes forward. Jim Phillips picks up. I think we'll probably see Jim Phillips or John Butterworth or Chris Dearden coming on soon to replace Jason, who's in his 4th over now. Tucked away again, but no run. That run rate creeping up, nearly 6 and over. Shorter ball, but again, all Gregory can do is push it back out into the mid-wicket. It's tucked away off his legs. That could be 4. It's clipped through mid-wicket. It's quite a long boundary out that way. And it's 4 runs. Nice shot from Gregory. It was well pitched up, flicked through the onside. It looked like it might hold up. Jim Phillips and Edward Gordon Lennox were after it, but they couldn't quite pull it back in time. And it's 4 runs. Gregory moves on to 19, 35 for 2.
Yeah, very nicely timed. That shot, well, not a lot of effort. But as you mentioned earlier, the outfield very, very quick indeed.
It's 35 for 2. And the last ball of the 10th over, I think this will be. It's cut away, fielded just backward point by Martin Watkin.
Cover, and I guess you'd be hoping to bring a little bit more luck to the USA innings.
Hi, Kev.
How you doing?
I'm well. A pair of fairly big boots to fill when you're replacing Roland Butcher, a man of legendary status.
Very attacking opening batsman.
Well, typical West Indian.
Yeah.
Cavalier.
Yeah. Yeah. See ball, hit ball.
See ball here. I had a privilege. He actually played for the same club that I did when he was in Barbados. Very few times, but he did play, so I did have the privilege of seeing him close up.
What club was that?
That is the YMPC club, Young Men's Progressive Club. It is the club that I also played with Joe Garner and Collis King. They would have played for that same club.
We have two guys out there that played cricket with Joe Garner for Littleborough in Lancashire.
Okay, well.
Bowler now.
Okay, this is one.
Chris Deakin, yeah, he played for that. And I do believe we are seeing the great man later this week.
Well, you're right on his home patch. Joe
He's
Garner.
coming to a function that we've got on Friday.
Okay, there he goes.
We're looking forward to seeing the big bird.
Well, you can't help but see him. Yeah, as I
That's
said.
down the leg side off the pad. Thought about an appeal, but I think it's probably drifting down. It looks like a leg by, I think.
Well,
Maybe just an inside edge.
probably got a bit of a touch there, so the England team steady. Position of the game probably similar to the first innings. Around this stage, England had already lost 2 wickets, and just about a similar score. I can also impose on Ashton so that she can tell us exactly. Here it goes. At 10 overs, England with 31 for 2. USA at 35 for 2. So you see the ever proficient and efficient Ashton Ford Reefer.
Absolutely.
Do you know the story behind that name, Reefer?
No.
She's actually the wife of Raymond Reefer, the West Indies player.
Who's playing in Zimbabwe? Is that right?
Well, he's in Zimbabwe with the West Indies team right now.
Fantastic.
And the Reefer name is a famous cricket name in Barbados. There's a youngster right now in England called Nico Reefer. I think he's with Surrey. He plays with Surrey. He would have gone to school at what college was it again? Not Dulwich, but he did do some schooling on a scholarship at a college in England, and he's now with Surrey, on the staff at Surrey actually.
Is he batsman, bowler?
He's a batsman mainly. He bowls a bit too, but top order batter. Whitgift school, he was a Whitgift, yeah, he was with Whitgift. So like I said, so she's a famous person, she has a famous name. Ashton, but she prefers to.
She's a dab hand with the PC as well.
Very much so.
We're keeping her up though, because that's twice she's yawned in the last 30 seconds. So clearly completely captivated with the cricket that's going on.
At least we made her laugh.
Yes.
Thanks, Kev. So let's see how this game unfolds. The Pierre got an early wicket, but then a bit expensive with 3 overs for 19 runs. Conant steady, 5 overs and getting a wicket. And now Deakin, who had a good outing in the first match, looking as economical as he was then.
Yeah, Yeah, as I mentioned to Roland, very straight bowler, doesn't give much width to the batsman, gets through his overs quickly, and before you know it, he's bowled 3 overs for 5 runs. Oh, that's good fielding. Edward Gordon-Lennox there. Edward plays for Gloucestershire. Fine, hard-hitting batsman and showing his prowess in the field there. Tall man, but got down very well to stop that.
Someone was asking me earlier today if there are any prominent, well-known, like on the county level players who would have played at a very high level within your squad.
The answer is no. So there aren't any pros or former pros, professional county players in the squad. They're all. Some of them played minor county cricket, sort of just below, and most of the players have played county second team and age group county cricket. But no, unfortunately, none of us ever got a pro contract.
So for some reason or another, the pros don't gravitate to this level.
No, I mean there's been a few. For Essex, for example. Ian Pont, I don't know whether you remember.
I've heard the name, yes.
He has played a bit, although he's stopped a game now. Mel Hussain, that's his brother, plays for the over 50s, but he will be available for the over 60s this coming season. So there are a few, but I suppose it's difficult to go from a professional career to playing amateur cricket. You're on a bit of a high.
Okay, then, very much so.
I think in years past, I think Graham Swan's dad played a little bit of seniors cricket, and I think also way back John Embry's dad, not John Embry's dad, John Embry played some seniors
cricket. But as you said, it's about a high into the thing, especially having gone to that level. I recall. Some years back after I had stopped playing, there was a village team in my area, and some young guys they came to me and they told me, well, we heard about you, but we've never seen you. We would like to see you play cricket. I told myself, I don't think so. I prefer that. Let that reputation that you heard about live. He's out. He's out. He's out.
It was tickled down the leg side by Gregory. They went for the run. Good pick up and throw, and I'm afraid I think that Saeed Abid Naqvi was at least a metre short of the line.
It would have been interesting to know who made the call there, because it definitely would have been his call.
Should have been.
And he was running without being even in the frame. He has already got the handicap in his movement, and that was a rather sharp single.
I think if it was his call, it was yes, oh bother.
But it would have been interesting to find out who would have made that call, because it was basically not a single for him.
No.
Maybe to some other players, but so something of a waste of a wicket for the USA, and he himself, while he was at the wicket, looked quite secure at the wicket. So the person run out. Oh, is English. Yeah.
I think it's the other one.
This is the turn over. One ball left.
So that run out, that was picked up by John Butterworth. John, he's still very athletic in the field, very quick to the ball.
Yes, that was actually the entire English unit, it looks like. Very sharp, very looking fit, very, very fit in the movement along the ground.
I think if I tell all the England squad that they look fit, I shall get some varied responses.
Well, fit is relative.
Yeah, no, there is a couple of guys out there that move still very well.
some
And
of them-
certainly John Butterworth is one of them.
You know, we see some guys swooping on the ball, something that you don't see a lot.
And I was talking to Roland. There's a couple of them have still got very good arms as well. Neil Brathwaite, John Butterworth, Gordon Lennox, Joe Pierre, still got really
Very good arms.
That's normally the
Oh, yeah,
way it goes.
that's a real, that is a big asset in this game.
My arm's got so bad I can't even throw my bat now when I'm out.
So there was no danger to your teammates in the dressing room.
It's going to be Jason. It's Chris Deacon, Phil Deacon to bowl his fourth over. He'll be bowling to Gregory Carapiola, who's on 19. He's been joined by Wayne Copeland. I think it's the captain of the USA team, and it's all beginning to get a little bit under pressure now. The USA team. I think they're under. They're going to struggle to keep up with the run rate from here, and they need some really big. Phil Deacon continuing to sort of nag away. He's one of those bowlers that just never seems to give anything really loose for the batsman to free his arms up.
Well, yes, reminds me somewhat of Ray Illingworth that I would have seen some years ago playing here at Kensington Oval in Barbados in the relatively early days of limited overs cricket. And I remember him bowling to none other than Collis King, the swashbuckling Collis King, and as you said, darting those balls into the batsman's pad, and even King wasn't able to get him away. I've always recalled that particular moment.
Now, Collis King was a guy that could hit a ball.
You can say that again. He was dangerous to the umpires.
He was dangerous to the spectators, especially the ones that weren't watching.
But eyes on the ball. Okay, now again, my memory sends me right back to the 80s playing here against Wanderers, YMPC versus Wanderers, on a rain-affected wicket, a soft wicket. YMPC were all out for 145. Collis King made 102. He was hitting balls that were clearing the building. You know, some of his strikes.
Collis King also pro'd in the English leagues for a few years.
For eternity. I think he actually carried on well into his 60s. He did. Collis actually lives in England now. He comes back to Barbados from time to time. And I think presently he is in England as we speak.
So Jason Courts continuing. Looks like he might possibly bowl out. Bowled well so far. 6 overs, 1 for 12.
Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
It's another left-hander. Wayne Copeland, left-hander. Ooh. Pushes forward. Big appeal. Given not out by the lady umpire, who I think I have to say is excellent.
Well, it's difficult for the right-arm bowler bowling over the wicket to the left-handed batsman to win that leg before appeal. Not impossible, but
Then again,
not likely.
tickled away down the leg side. Joe Pierre's coming round. Joe has got a bullet on.
Is he? See, Fizz went out, worked on the is that shoulder?
Yeah, just hearing over the behind me here, Kev Bissett still struggling. Yeah, he's hurt his shoulder somehow.
But you've got a fairly... It's a 16-man contingent.
And so far, all 16 are holding together just about.
Only 2 games into the tournament.
Yes, and a few people have only just discovered the rum punches.
I was just going to ask you, what about the distractions and the activities outside of cricket?
There's a couple coming up. We have we've found a little rum shack just near the hotel, which stays open for as long as we want. And Captain obviously before said you had to be back at the hotel in bed by 10:30, but we not sure whether he means the morning or the afternoon. And we were just going to ignore him anyway. We've got, I think a few of us are going to go to the races on Saturday.
Yes, there will be some horse racing on Saturday.
There's a couple.
I think someone was telling me they were invited, a few of the guys, to the tape ball cricket at night up at Maxwell. Did you get to do that?
We're playing, yes. We're
Right.
the squad is, I think,
Yeah.
that's some bias here. I think it's picked up by Joe Pierre down underneath us. Joe is a fantastic athlete for his age. It's given us wides, but a fantastic bit of fielding there by Joe Pierre. Well done, mate.
Well, yes, that ball was travelling quickly. Very fine too, and Joe is a fairly wide position at long legs, so he had to make quite a bit of ground to get across.
Yeah, so we have this tape ball game played at
Dover.
Dover.
Yes.
And I think it's sort of half a dozen members of the England squad, half a dozen members of the West Indies squad, and we're playing against a C.O. Williams team. I believe they're a local company.
Local company,
Do a lot
yes.
of work on the island.
Yeah.
I think we've got some singers coming down. There's going to be a bit of dancing. And
Quite an
I
entertainment
think
package.
we've all been told it's going to be a fun day. So looking forward to that. That'll be good.
Well, yeah, it should be. Tape ball cricket, very popular here on the island, especially played at night under the lights.
End of the over. Jason Corn now 7 overs, 1 for 14. And the USA are 40 for 3. Run rate now up to nearly 6.5 and over.
Well, continuing to do a very good job, bowling from that southern end. And as you mentioned, just bowling a straight wicket-to-wicket kind of bowler, not giving the batters any room to maneuver with. And doing his part in keeping one end very, very tight as the medium pacer. And the more attacking left-arm orthodox option of Phil Deakin. So good combination. They have combined well, this pair, Gaunt and Deakin.
Tape ball not played so much in India and Pakistan and Afghanistan. They played quite a bit.
Well, yeah, so I was made to understand.
Deakin continuing to probe away.
A game that used to be very popular here in Barbados in particular, and also across Trinidad, playing with the wind ball, the soft tennis ball cricket, which was, like I said, a huge hit here. For a number of years, a number of the
another fine start. John Butterworth throwing himself.
A number of the more outstanding West Indies cricketers would have had. Most cricketers in the West Indies would have had an initiation in that softball cricket. Not so popular these days.
So sort of in England we play softball cricket mainly for sort of under 9 age, and then under 11 the sort of stronger, more experienced kids turn to hardball.
I think the tape ball has now taken over from the softball.
Okay. I never played, so looking forward to that. That should be some good fun. And I'm sure the location of the ground, there'll be a number of people walking out, having a few drinks, having something to eat.
So it has been fairly well publicized. I've been hearing quite a bit about it on one of the more popular local radio stations, and that is normally that's a hint that you are going to have a really fine turnout.
Fantastic. Captain Richard Merriman going into Silly Point here. Took a brilliant catch against the Australians earlier this week, diving forward one-handed.
Yes, I did. I did manage to see that. I did happen to be there.
Hopefully you didn't see us bat like that, because that was shocking.
Well, I watched all 90 overs, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Forward.
Pushing forward, and it's also got Neil Brathwaite in at sort of short cover. I think I'd rather field where where Richard is than where Neil is.
The silly point with
Yeah.
Richie. No protection to Neil Brathwaite where he is. Fairly daring, I would have to say. 41 for 3, Neil. Deacon again.
It's going to be drinks.
Well, yes, the required rate, no more than 6.5. Well, what they can say for themselves is that they still have some wickets in hand. And I remember in watching the England-Australia game when Deacon and Brathwaite were involved in that partnership, we thought that the idea was to take the game as deep as possible.
Yep.
I think they did a very good job of that, but unfortunately short of wickets.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult one because to try and keep up with the run rate, you've got to take some chances, and if you take chances and you get out...
But you didn't have the wickets to play with,
no.
so you had to be playing risk-free cricket.
Yeah.
You were forced to play risk-free cricket.
Yeah. And I think today we came here determined to, if we won the toss, to bat first, try and get some time at the wicket for our batsmen. 'Cause, you know, there's another 3 or 4 games potentially to play, so that was key for today. And I think it'll be the same on Friday when we play. Hopefully bat first, hopefully bat well. There's 2 or 3 guys that haven't had a score yet, and hopefully we'll be able to get them some time at the wicket.
Well, West Indies certainly had quite a time at the wicket today in the match presently going on. Report coming in shows us that West Indies 250 for 5 in their 45 overs. And already the Invitational 11 in trouble at 32 for 4. We also know that the game at the Oil Company was already completed, with Australia making very light work of the rest of the world, rolling them over for 46, I think, and rushing up to victory, I think maybe by 10 wickets.
Yeah, I think the rest of the world have got a bit of an excuse, though.
Which is?
They were out with me last night.
Okay. So you are responsible for that debacle.
Yeah.
You take responsibility.
Yeah, I spiked all their drinks. And, yeah. So I was down in Lawrence Gap and met a few of the guys. I know a few of the guys quite well. So they were looking forward to today. So they'll be really disappointed with that. And that's the beauty of the game, that they had a really good game.
And the first match, so
and again, that's why, 60 odd years of age, we still want to play, because every game is different. And yeah, so that's the ups and downs of sport.
It's still very much sport. The vagaries of competitive sport. But at 41 for 3, the United States, I guess, the next phase of play would be about consolidating their position and keeping it as solid as possible going through the middle overs.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's difficult. I think they've got to try and tick the ball over. I mean, Gregory is a guy I know well. Good striker of the ball. He does struggle between the wickets. I think that would. I think he wouldn't mind me saying that, and that makes it even harder, because if you're just not ticking over with some singles, puts pressure on to score a boundary and over. And although this ground here is certainly easier to hit boundaries on than BNOC and Pickwick, it's still not going to be that easy. England have got some useful other slow bowlers still to bowl. I think it's going to be a big challenge for the USA in the next 30 overs.
Just to illustrate your point, Gregory Caracciolo, 19 from 42 balls, 4 fours.
Yeah.
So we know for a fact that 4 of those 42 balls produced 16 of the runs.
Yep.
So he's only scored a matter of 3 runs from another 38 deliveries faced.
Yeah, I know. As I said, I met Gregory in Australia in October, and he batted well there as well. But he did have a he was impeded with a leg injury, and he seems to have that today. I don't know exactly what it is, but he'll be weighing up where he can find boundaries and try and keep the ball ticking over. We're still just about finishing the drinks break here. And
35 dot balls,
Yep.
Gregory, also. So that tells a story in itself. So is it they want to be...
I think it's going to be Cornt still.
It is. So certainly it seems as if he'll be going right through and fulfilling his allotment, his 9 over allotment.
I was asking Roland whether his family play the game, and unfortunately they don't. Do your family play the game?
Well, cricket is very, very prominent in my family, yes. I have relatives, well, before me, in previous generations, who would have played the game. I myself played. I got my brother also played at the highest local level. We used to have we've actually produced a test player out of the family, young Shamar Holder, who had just the one test match for West Indies in New Zealand a couple of years ago. I would have played with the West Indies champion under 19 team that won the Youth World Cup in 2016. So that is the feather in our cap. Unfortunately for him, he's been suffering some injury setbacks over the last couple of seasons and has been striving to get back onto the park, but not quite yet ready. We were hoping that he would have been able to take a place in the Barbados side for the regional first-class competition this year, but that is now seeming a bit unlikely. So yes, well, cricket very much part of my family. Both men and women, the very, very strong support from the female. As I mentioned, my daughter does everything you can think about in cricket except play. She's an umpire, she's a scorer, she's worked in broadcasting, you know.
Lovely, well done. Tickled down to fine leg. Joe Pierre comes off the boundary. Yeah, same with me. My earliest memories was when I was about 4, going along to watch my dad play. Dressed in whites.
You yourself.
Yeah, and got to about 10, and then I used to sit in the dressing room with my dad, counting the players in, hoping that one of them wouldn't turn up.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
Leg side ball, I think that's a wide.
Oh,
Yeah, so this year will be my 53rd consecutive adult season.
Well done to you. I gave up the game, playing the game quite early. But actually, once I played at, as I mentioned, the local level at the first division and then the lower divisions also, until I got involved in the reporting, broadcasting side of things. And that more or less made it a matter of having to make a choice. And I had to give up. I had to give up the playing aspect of it.
Okay.
But love cricket with a passion. I call myself a cricket tragic. Yeah, my life is filled with cricket.
Rightly or wrongly, sometimes wrongly, definitely been the most important thing in my life.
Well, I can say the same thing. There are a number of decisions I made over the course of my life, which other people might have thought were erroneous, but as far as I was concerned, cricket came first.
Yeah, no, I agree. Things like work came second.
Work, education, opportunities.
I'm sure my wife
opportunities
will
to
say,
travel.
Yeah, I'm sure my wife will say she always comes second. Which, as you said, rightly and wrongly.
Right.
Sometimes wrong. Yeah.
We hope, or tolerate us. Let's put it that way.
My son plays. My daughter started playing, but she stopped when she was about 14, 15.
Mm-hmm.
But she plays rugby now.
Now you're telling me, yep.
But my son still plays, so that's good. That's a straight drive and a fine shot. Fine shot, unlike good effort by Joe Pierre, but that's 4 runs.
Well, yes, beautifully
Nice shot.
executed off drive. Ball pitched up and just leaning into it, come into the shot.
It's Wayne Copeland.
Driving, hitting along the ground with full face of the bat. Good high top hand, the right hand coming through. Quite a picture. Love a glorious cricket shot.
Yep.
So the U.S. innings in need of a bit of impetus. That should help picking up that boundary.
So you can just drag him back his length there after being driven for 4.
As anticipated, should have been anticipated.
And again, tries it again. This time, Joe Pierre gets down and blocks it.
Good movement there by the fielder. Also, nice use of the feet by Copeland, the batsman. Getting down the track, looking a bit like an Alvin Kelly-Turan there in his footwork, getting down the track. So you would have been privileged to have seen a lot of the glory days of the West Indies teams. That magnificent period that started somewhere in the middle of the 70s, right up until mid-90s.
Yeah. It's come down the wicket. It's gone very high. Jim Phillips trying to get underneath it, but no, it lands short, and they take 1.
Well, luckily for him, that ball falling in no man's land.
Just going back to what you said, I think one of the earliest memories of like coming home from school at lunchtime, England, West Indies, and it would be sort of Greenwich and Haynes batting, or Greenwich and Basil Butcher, and then I'd go off to school in the afternoon, come back, and it was Seymour Nurse and Basil Butcher still batting.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah,
That
wonderful
would have been
players, and
wonderful.
then what a fantastic sight, Michael Holding running into bowl. Not when you're batsman down the
Not
other
you're
end.
22 yards away.
Whee.
But to watch it from side on was magnificent.
Whisper
Yeah.
in death.
I was at Kensington for that famous over he bowled
Yes.
to Jeff Boycott at Kensington Oval. I think that was around 78, 79. And let me tell you, it was quite a sight.
Yeah. Wes
the
Hall. Oof.
atmosphere was.
Malcolm Marshall.
I didn't see a lot of Wes Hall. I actually of the same vintage as Malcolm Marshall. We would have been at primary school together, and we would have played club cricket, all the age group cricket coming through the years. But Malcolm was exceptional.
Again,
He was an
what
artist.
What a fantastic athlete as well. That rhythm running in from the side. Not a big man.
Not a big man at all. Didn't have the appearance of an express fast bowler. But he can do so many different things with a ball, and could adapt to any conditions whatsoever.
Yes.
Down the leg side.
I have a story actually about Malcolm Marshall. So, David Lloyd. I don't know whether you remember David Lloyd.
Of course.
England cricketer.
Bumble, man. Who
was,
forgets Bumble?
I can't remember what year it was, but he was playing beginning of the season, and one of the touring team's first game was against the MCC, and normally what happened was the MCC captain would potentially be the England captain for that series, and David Lloyd was asked to be captain, and he was told sort of off the field that if things went reasonably well, he would be the captain for the forthcoming series. So he's gone out to bat. Straight drive there, no run. He's gone out to bat, and it was Headingley, and it was end of April, beginning series. Weather was cold, windy, grey, horrible. He's gone out to bat with a couple of jumpers on, and he's thinking this will be okay. Just get a few runs, and he'll be England captain. Guy took his jumper off at the far end, started walking back. David Lloyd's taking his guard, and this guy's going further back and further back. David Lloyd looks around, he sees Clive Lloyd at slip and says, and Clive Lloyd was halfway back to the boundary, and David Lloyd was thinking, why are you fielding down there? Come and play with us. So he took his guard, bowler took his jumper off, came running in. David Lloyd thought, just push forward, sort of not too sure about this new bowler, push forward. So he pushed forward. Next thing, he woke up in Manchester Royal Infirmary. It was Malcolm Marshall.
It was Malcolm Marshall, first ball. Taking some, yeah. But Mako had this ability to adapt to any conditions. He can swing the ball, he can cut it. He can bowl cutters, whether it be off cutters, leg cutters. I can actually recall Malcolm playing for Barbados in a regional first-class match. And there it was where Barbados had given the Windward Islands the runs to win. It was in the last session of the match, and the Windwards are doing quite a good job of holding the Barbados bowlers off. And Malcolm decided to switch to bowl some leg spin.
No.
He got 5 wickets, Barbados won the match.
Well, of course, another famous Barbadian could do that. Bowl fast and then bowl spin.
Well, who's the greatest cricketer on Earth or Mars?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Mr. Garfield Sobers.
Anyone can tell you it's the great Sir Garfield Sobers.
Yes. Absolutely. The master. So Jason Court's finished his spell. A very good spell. 9 overs, 1 for 20.
Well, yes, he has put in quite a shift here for the England side. I think he's earned the right not to purchase any drinks at the bar tonight. That should be his reward.
You're offering, are you?
That's his reward.
Oh, okay.
Well, the captain, I'm suggesting, should be the one
Yes.
to take the bill.
Yes, definitely. It's about time you put your hands in your pocket, Richard. You're on tape now, Richard. You're buying the drinks tonight. Coming on from the pavilion end. Can't remember. It's a different name to the pavilion end, but we'll call it pavilion end.
Stephen Farmer.
18 overs gone.
This is Stephen
52
Farmer
for three.
and Stephen Farmer and Prof. Edward. Stephen Farmer never made it to the international level, but outstanding all-rounder in local domestic cricket, who also played first-class cricket for Barbados. A schoolboy prodigy from quite early, and represented this wondrous club with great distinction. A legend in local domestic cricket. Stephen Farmer, right arm, medium pace swing bowler.
Still around?
Still around, very much so. Like I said, he went on to play some matches for Barbados. But he took up a career in law. So I think that might have put paid to any ideas of going professional.
Mm-hmm.
But he would have been the consummate English county professional bowler, bowling in those conditions, the swing bowler that he was, and a very, very good batsman. Could bat in almost any position.
So we've got Jim Phillips coming on from this end. Jim plays for Kent. All-rounder, bowls slow, again, very accurate bowler.
Ball right arm.
Yep,
I think I
right
saw
arm
him.
over.
Yes.
Little bit of wrist action on the ball. He's got a slip, backward point, extra cover, mid-off on the offside. Cries of USA from down below.
Gotcha.
Took the outside edge and just dropped short of the slip fielder.
Very good start there
Yeah.
for Jim. That one spinning across the left-handed batsman. So a bit of purchase, the very first delivery.
A few cries of encouragement from the USA support. You might have heard USA, USA. You might hear, get in the hole.
Well, They are going to need all the support they can get. As you mentioned,
Strong
nice
sweep shot.
That required rate now beginning to climb above 7. Doesn't help the situation that much for them. Game going along at a fairly slow pace, as you say, meandering along.
Yeah, I really do feel if the USA are going to get anywhere near, they've got to battle a little more positively over the next 10 overs. Otherwise, I think this game will become extremely difficult for them.
I think the English don't necessarily mind the pace at which the game is being played at the moment.
The wickets over here seem to suit the slower bowlers. Would that be your...
Well, generally, well, yes. The answer to that question is yes. But I was going to give the caveat that ever since the introduction of covered wickets, particularly at the highest local level, we have seen a transformation of the nature of the pitches. In previous years, you had uncovered pitches, so you had different variations of surfaces according to the weather, and that also encouraged faster bowlers quite a lot. There was a lot of grass on the pitches, and you would have, like I said, you would have your good days for bowling, your good days for batting. Nowadays, I find the pitches have become very bland. A lot of the grass has been removed.
And when you think of the West Indies, you think of fast bowlers. And it's very difficult to actually think of real top-class spin bowlers. You've got Lance Gibbs. You've got Ramadan
few and far
people
between. I mean,
yeah. But certainly the wickets wouldn't seem to encourage young guys to come in and bend their back.
Bend the back, right. So a lot of the life, I think.
Would it change over the course of the season, the pitches?
Very rarely, because of the fact that they remain very consistent because they're covered most of the time. And it doesn't encourage the growth of grass.
This is John Butterworth coming on to bowl, by the way, sorry.
Right, it doesn't encourage, like I said, I am personally of the belief that a cricket pitch is a living, breathing organism. Yeah. And it needs to flow with nature, and I think we've taken the nature out of it by just putting down the covers on
part of the beauty of the game is if it rains,
well, that's
and it affects one side more than the other. That's part of the game.
And like I said, I
agree.
It has discouraged younger fast bowlers from coming through. That is my personal take.
I suppose the other reason would be that as opposed to England, you have very small squares over here. So the square that we're looking at today probably has 4 strips on it.
4 strips on it.
I think probably at BNOC there was probably only 2 or 3.
2, yes, very much so.
That's hit across to deep mid wicket. That's 4 runs. Good hit by Gregory.
Well, yeah, there he got a full toss and made ample use of it. Timed it well, got it into the gap, and picked up a boundary.
So the point I was making is that if you've only got 2 or 3 strips, they're likely to be the same.
The same, more or less, right? You don't allow for.
And you're working on them, so they become pretty consistent one way or the other. Whereas if you've got a strip of 12, 14, 16 strips, which you can have in club cricket in the UK, you could have quite a difference from one end to the other.
Well, a luxury that we definitely are not afforded here in Barbados. We've also got the issue of resources, having the equipment to work with, the personnel. I mean, clubs are amateur; it is all voluntary, and the ability to pay our ground staff very, very limited. In all the clubs, I wouldn't even say most, but all the local clubs would have that same problems.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we have the same, and we have a lot of our a fair proportion of grounds are council grounds in the UK, and with constraints on public spending in particular over the last 20, 30 years, it's less and less work being done on council pitches, with the resultant deterioration of outfields and squares.
Oh, the price of progress, as we might say. But I think that in Barbados, personally, I would love to see a resort to taking the covers off, just let nature take its course, and enjoy the game and learn, because it's also good for the young players to be able to learn to play and adapt to the different conditions that are on offer throughout a summer season. But then again, they say nothing goes back. So
Yeah, well, you're right, but sometimes you wonder whether it is actually progress, don't you, with things? We've had VAR with football in England, and there'd be quite a few instances where people are saying that's not been progress.
okay, doesn't enhance the game as such. Takes away from the intrigue.
It does, and even then, it's still only one person's viewpoint as to what the situation. It's also caused a lot of delays in game. Games have been going 10, 11 minutes more than normal because of delays of VAR and.
Well, yes, we here in Barbados, we follow the English Premier League quite closely.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that is the favorite league of most Barbadian football fans, the English Premier League. So we are very well aware through television.
Okay, so what's your team then?
I'm a Man U.
Oh my goodness!
Sorry to say.
So why is it that all
I should say unapologetically.
Why is it that all Man United supporters live a million miles away from Manchester?
There must be a good thing about that.
It's true. It's true. Virtually any Mancunian supports Manchester City, but most of London support Manchester United.
Yeah. So you're saying that Manchester United is not the team of choice of the Manchester residents, citizens?
Well, as I say, I think it's certainly a case that Man United have a large base of supporters that don't live anywhere near Manchester.
Well, my situation comes from my very first exposure to English football was an FA Cup. I think it was an FA Cup final in which Manchester United play, and I go all the way back to the likes of George Best, and probably the most watched sporting competition here in Barbados, across the island. Very, very popular, the English Premier League. The other European leagues have come forward with the advent of television and the availability. They have now caught on, but it was always England and the English Premier, even before the Premier League, the English First Division competitions.
Yeah.
This goes way back to the 70s. Quite a number of Liverpool, Tottenham Hotspur fans. Another big breakthrough for football in England and Barbados is when we used to follow the road to Wembley. I don't know if you remember
Dwight
that
York?
program.
Dwight York, Barbados?
York is from Trinidad.
Beg your pardon?
Further down south.
Yep.
But the road to Wembley, which was a famous BBC which featured the FA Cup.
Mm-hmm.
Right, that was very much responsible for bringing a lot of Barbadians into contact with the English football.
4 runs to Caracciolo there, driving John Butterworth over the top of mid-on, and the USA move on to 63 for 3.
Flighting it up a bit too much on that occasion, Butterworth. And Caracciolo is playing from the pitch, and just getting it right into his slot and lifting it straight. Importantly, he hit it straight. There is a mid-off and a mid-on. He hit it in the air, but he hit it straight into quite an open space. flatter trajectory with the next delivery, forcing the batsman onto the back foot now.
Number 3,
Well-
requiring about 7.5 and over.
Well, quite a productive over. A couple of boundaries coming in that one. One of the more productive overs we've seen so far. As the overs reach about the halfway stage. Now 22 overs gone. So 23 left, as you said, at 7.5 runs per over. And it's going to take a lot of going by the lower half of the USA side if they are going to get anywhere near that total put up by the English. Australia.
Yeah, Australia have won by 10 wickets today against the rest of the world. Rest of the world only making 46, or as I said earlier, all down to me. And Australia 48 for no wicket.
Never got up.
Jim Phillips again from the pavilion end.
Copeland looks a very compact player. The left-handed Copeland.
Yep. Looks a good player, decent technique.
Very much so. Looks for the sweep.
Gone for the slog sweep there. But misses out.
Fielder in the deep at mid-wicket for that slog sweep. I guess specifically now being adjusted, being brought around a bit to his left. That one pitched outside the leg stump on that occasion. More conventional sweep shot brought out. So he seems to be a sweeper, Copeland.
It's become a much used shot again, isn't it?
Very much so.
And various different variations of sweep. It's not just the standard foot down sweep to square leg or just
No,
behind square leg. There's in front of square leg, dab sweep, switch hit sweep.
Switch.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I recall the days as a youngster growing up when the sweep shot was discouraged by most pundits and most courses. That's a very good execution
great shot.
of the sweep shot.
Sweep shot just set to just behind square and 4 runs.
But I recall when the sweep shot was, like I said, very much discouraged, especially for younger players. You know, we used to regard it as a get-out shot. And there's stories of umpires giving batsmen out leg before a wicket, not because necessarily they were out, but you were given out for the shot.
Yep. That's still the case, I think.
Don't
certainly in
play
club
this.
cricket.
Don't play that sweet shot.
Yeah.
But as I said, it has become quite effective, and we know the reasons why. The advent of much more white ball cricket and the necessity to score quickly. They've had to be
71. 71 for 3.
One recalls the early days of the slog sweep. Remember Steve Waugh made that shot very, very popular. He was one of the early exponents of the sweep shot.
Yeah, good player.
And then we've also learned now the effect of that shot in playing spin bowling, playing spin, especially in conditions that favor the spinners. The sweep shot has become very, very effective. Joe Root is another one of those great exponents.
Big sweep shot player, and a lot of his success over recent years. And they sweep so early in the innings. I mean, it used to be. It always used to seem to me that you'd only sort of sweep once you got to 50.
Well, that's it. It was a shot. It was a luxury.
It was
a luxury shot.
Yeah.
We used to think. I also recall that there's a story that says, I don't know how true it is, about West Indies embarking on a tour to Sri Lanka, where they were going to come up against the great Muralitharan. And Brian Lara would have gone to the great cigar feast overs for advice about how to approach Muralitharan. And the advice was get that right down the wicket and sweep. Brian Lara made nearly 800 runs in 3 test matches.
It's 4 more. Same area. It's half stopped by Edward Gordon Lennox, but it cannoned off his body and still had enough force to go for 4. And Gregory Caracciolo goes to 33.
Well, the bowler seems to like the shot. He's continued to persist the ball in that particular area. So there he goes again. This time a bit flatter, not offering that opportunity this time.
So through the covers, that's a good shot. There's at least 2 there.
Dictating terms to the bowler, you would have to say Gregory Caracciolo. Having struck him down the ground, you've seen Butterworth resort to much flatter trajectory and a much shorter length.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're keeping the field pretty much the same. They're giving him the option to hit over the top. He's just backed away and hit that through the covers again. It's another 2. Unfortunately, Gregory showing again he's struggling to get between the wickets.
Seems to be rather comfortable though whenever he is on strike. The problem comes after he struck the ball.
One of the problems of getting past 60. Moving.
Keep moving.
Yes. I think. I mean, the other thing is, of course, when you wake up in the morning, if your body doesn't ache, you're probably dead.
I recall a conversation with Joel Garner about a year or so ago, and he said, you know, when he gets up in the morning and he puts down his foot on the floor, and it doesn't hurt, he gets up. If the knee hurts, he puts it right back and and stays in bed for a bit longer. So but the point is that he doesn't know exactly what is going to happen when he gets up every morning. You know, it may or may not be painful.
I think they're talking about whether Gregory can have a runner here. I'm not sure, but I think that might be what they're talking about here.
Whatever the competition being played under its own regulations, whether that be allowed or not.
Yeah, but it's a difficult one. As I think I mentioned, Gregory had that problem in Australia.
Well, right, because I took it for granted that he would have come in with that issue, seeing him in the field, and not necessarily that he would have actually incurred the injury in this match.
It's I think it's a sort of problem that he's got all the time, and again, from a personal perspective, it's about playing. So if he needs a runner, he should have a runner.
That's what I'm saying. That
I think
regulations could be adapted.
Yeah, I think and I know there's a few people in the England team that disagree with me, but I think whilst we want to keep the rules as close to normal cricket rules as possible, you have to make allowances. I think sometimes the boundaries are far too big.
Mm-hmm.
I think with the present competition, fantastic as it is, I think half an hour for lunch is too short.
It's too sharp.
If you filled it out there for 2.5 hours, and then you've got to go out and open the batting, and you've got half an hour, that's too short. And it's not as if the light goes so quickly.
I was actually querying the idea of the 45 overs, if maybe you could have shortened the number of overs per innings.
Yeah,
And the reason for maintaining the 45 overs.
I think it's just standard. It's what it is. I think 70s back in England, the over 70s play 40, and if the temperature gets above a certain degree, you can agree to lower the overs. I think also in competitions like this, I think you should be able to have more than one substitute fielder. I mean, for another example would be I believe the finals could be played on the test ground. Well, wouldn't it be fantastic for all the squad to be able to at least get on the field at some stage to play?
To play the rolling substitutes would be a good
Yeah.
idea.
Why not? Why not?
So as you said, because the idea is to be creative, to make the game more attractive, and to enhance the whole entertainment. So because I mean, at the end of the day, sport is entertainment, and spectators come to be entertained.
Yeah. And we're amateurs.
And this is amateur level.
Yeah. Leg by there off of Caraciolo and Copeland doing a reasonable job over the last couple of overs. The required run rate not climbing like it was, just over 7.5. It's going to be tough, but they're making a fist of it, which is great to see.
Well, the longer they stay there, I guess the more comfortable they should become.
Wicketkeeper Kev Bissett there, I could hear giving a lot of encouragement to the fielders. Maybe just thinking the fielders are just struggling a little bit.
Getting to lag a bit, get a bit
Yeah,
too comfortable.
yeah. Just thinking of those run punches that the captain's going to buy at the end of the day.
I can warn you, rum punch is a dangerous drink, Kev. Rum punch is a dangerous drink. Nothing that tastes so good should be able to do the damage that it does, but it is. I think the intrigue is the invitation is because of the really lovely taste. But don't be fooled by that.
Well, my wife likes a drop of rum, so I said to her before I came, shall I bring you back a bottle of rum from Barbados? She said no. 2.
I recommend. I recommend, yes. And Barbados rum is among the finest that there is.
Is it the distillery by the Pickwick ground?
Yes, the award-winning Four Square Rum Distillery. It is home of the Old Brigand rum, and we call it the one-eye man. The Brigand has one eye.
Okay.
He has a patch over one eye, and many a man has been bitten by the one-eyed man.
Decent over from Phillips there, 4 overs for 7, showing good control again, especially as the batsmen are looking to be aggressive.
Well, the USA keeping this pier intact, not making a lot of headway, though, as far as you said, reducing the required run rate, as it looks as if we're going to have a retirement. The young Gregory Caraciolo seems to be heading for the pavilion.
Yeah.
Most probably retired not out.
Yeah, well, that's a shame. That's a shame.
Yes, and then also breaking the momentum of the innings, because a new batsman now has to come to the wicket and get himself ready. That is
Old Brigand Gold Rum. That's your recommendation that I take home to the missus.
for the madam, yes.
Okay.
Yes, I do. That's the one-eyed man. That's the one-eyed man. Man with the patch.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Well, I don't know who's going to pay for this ad.
So Tracy, yeah.
I'd ask my producer who's going to pay for the ad here.
Surely there's a discount coming now. Surely a discount.
From somewhere.
So Tracy, if you're living at home, Old Brigand rum is on its way to you. We've got John Butterworth still going to continue for me. Is that John?
Is it John? It looks like John, yes. Am I correct? Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Bowling in his sunglasses and all.
I was telling Roland he's an artist, painter.
Okay.
So he's got his own little art gallery in Whitstable in Kent. Very good at drawing caricatures and different things like that.
Okay. One of that creative species. Very meticulous in getting his field in place here now. As we're about to continue. So he's got a man now at deep mid wicket. I'm always interested to see where the boundary riders are in this Masters cricket, because you don't get a lot of big hits into the deep. And you notice that boundary riders are not very popular in this game.
No, they're not very popular because no one can throw the ball in from the boundary.
That's where the trouble comes. It is getting the ball back in, not so much waiting for the
You get
catch.
the ball on the boundary and you call for a taxi to get the ball back in. The new batsman is Adam G. Haroon, joined Wayne Copeland.
Adam G. Haroon.
Oi, 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 that was close.
Well, some desperate measures looking to be employed here now by Copeland. Losing his partner of that partnership. That partnership between Copeland and Caracalio, how much was it when Caracalio retired? Could you tell me? It was 43 runs then at that point in time. So his partner, they were up together for about an hour or so. So Copeland now has to forge a new partnership with the incoming batsman. So it's almost like starting all over again.
It is, and you get once you get used to a batting partner, you get used to where the sort of calling signals and oh, that's a nice clip off his legs.
Man out there.
Neil Brathwaite will pick that up and throw the ball in.
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing? Sometimes you put a fielder out on the boundary and the ball goes straight to.
Well, we know cricket is a game of angles. You understand your angles. You know exactly where you want your fielders to be. Where the ball is more likely to go. Not necessarily where it will go all the time, but where the ball is more likely to go on most occasions. Neil Brathwaite, one of the stronger arms, one of the stronger throwers too. So he's been deployed into the deep.
Neil is my roomie at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Have to say he snored very well last night.
You were up to here. Swing and bowl.
And that's Adam G. Haroon. I think could have been his first ball. So the USA now 81 for 4. John Butterworth picking up his first wicket. And that was Adam G. Haroon, clean bowled by John Butterworth without troubling the scorers.
I feel it's time for my court. How are you?
Yeah.
You good?
Yeah, good.
Roland, you want to do a little piece of? We're going to get a court. You serious? Huh? All right, it is
81 for 4.
right, 25 overs.
Yeah.
Anytime.
So it's Mike Griffith coming in. Number 4.
Mike Griffith, the man with the 4 wickets. I guess we learned a thing or two about Mike Griffith, whether he has all-round abilities. He did bowl very well.
Yeah. Is this Charlie Griffith in disguise?
Definitely not. Charlie Griffith, a much more huge species. Broad shoulders, barrel-chested, shirt unbuttoned down
Yes.
to the midriff, and a fearsome figure. But just to look at, even when he wasn't bowling, Charlie Griffith, tall man. He was one of my first coaches actually at a very young age.
Wow.
Stern disciplinarian too. But an affable character once you get him off the cricket field.
It's funny, isn't it? I think, what do they call it? White line fury or something. When certain people walk over the white line, they change from being the most pleasant, placid person to being the nastiest piece of
the human species.
But I mean, to be fair, if you're a fast bowler, you need to be aggressive.
Very much so, yeah.
It's
You
an
must,
aggressive action.
yeah, it is. You must have that venom about you.
Yeah.
And it is all part and parcel of being a fast bowler.
Funny how some of them, I mean, you've got someone like Colin Croft who would also ooze aggression and
Curly
intimidation.
Ambrose.
Yeah, I don't know whether Curly, I mean, fantastic, great runner, but would very often look to be well under control. Joe Garner, never particularly over demonstrative on being.
I understand what you're saying.
Whereas Croft always looked like he wanted to take you on the pitch. Wait, inside edge, just goes behind the wicket keeper. They're there. I think they made about 5 decisions there. Yes, no, yes, no. Oh, no, we won't bother.
Well, the non-striker was going. The striker wasn't. The non-striker turned back. Then the striker started to go. Yeah. And it was almost a case of meeting in mid-pitch.
It was. Full toss, all the way to mid-wicket.
Recall an incident at Kensington Oval during a regional match. Here is trouble.
Oh.
It was almost inevitable that this would happen. And they succeeded in running out one of the pair.
The last couple of balls, there's the call in between the batsmen has been non-existent. They are now going to text each other when they're going to run.
And now we would not get to know whether Griffith is anything of an all-rounder or not, because he's got to make that long sojourn back to the comfort of the dressing room.
And he is making it quite a long journey.
But definitely some miscommunication. There were never 2 runs there. There was never a second run in that.
No, there wasn't. Well, I think by the time Mr. Griffiths gets off the pitch, this will be an over 70s competition.
So there goes is that the 4th wicket?
Yeah.
Well, the 5th wicket, in fact, because that wicket hasn't been recorded as yet. So it's 81 for 5. And the over is beginning to diminish, and the rate required continues to climb. So this game definitely, at this point, heading in one direction and one direction only.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was a big ask at the beginning, and they've given it a go over the last few overs. But as often is the case, wickets have started to tumble. Well, not tumble, but they've lost a couple of wickets in the last few overs.
Captain Copeland is still there.
Yep.
So I guess that gives them some hope. Yeah, the other guy, it's Griffith that get run out. It's Griffith who was run out.
And as often seems the way, when you get under a little bit of pressure, all the shots are going straight to the fielders now. Good fielding there by Monty Douglas.
And the English are fielding very well.
Monty Douglas, originally from Dominica. No, Guyana.
Guyana, I'm told, yes.
Joe Pierre is from Dominica.
Oh,
Lofty
Pierre.
Drive.
Well, yes, that sounds like a Dominican name. Bit of a French connection there.
Uh-huh.
actually quite close to the French islands of Guadeloupe and Martinique in that northern area of the Windward Islands. So that over completed an over in which the United States lost a wicket that they could ill afford by the run-out rope. Actually, Griffith just facing, it's never easy to be run out after facing just one ball. The only thing worse than that is to be run out without facing a ball.
Fortunately, I don't think in my 50 odd years, I don't think that's ever happened. Have been run out on 99.
Yep. You did well to get to 99.
Yeah. Well,
Look on the bright side.
yeah. It's 98 more than only getting one. That's the way you got to look at it.
What a one.
So it's going to be John Butterworth to start his fifth over. He's bowling to Kumar. Tickled away on the leg side. There's one. Joe Pierre picks it up eventually. Lobs it in.
Kumar. Interesting name.
It's Kumar Patel, but that's what's on the slate. Sorry.
Kumar Patel.
Two popular names.
Kumar Sangakkara.
There's also a program on English TV, The Kumars at Number 10.
This is 10 Downing Street.
No, not yet. Maybe. Probably by the time I get home, there will have been another 3 prime ministers over there. That was interesting. He's bowling round the wicket, and the batsman was still staying over on that side,
Well, okay.
rather than go to the other side of the wicket. And see the Copeland standing on the right side.
You
Yeah.
can make out the
Wow.
signage. Is that British Airways?
Yeah, I don't know.
It is.
It's a plane just going over the
it's
far
British
end of the
Airways,
ground.
British
British
Airways.
Airways plane.
Landing at the Grantley Adams International Airport very shortly, bringing a
Fantastic.
plane load of visitors, of
Yeah.
guests to join you.
Yeah, all rushing out to see the next England game and to get their hands on the Old Brigand rum bottle.
And the rum punch. So I am going to, at the end of this over, be having you rejoined by the former England opening batsman, Roland Butcher. I told you, who is now a selector of the senior West Indies team. Among his many, many achievements.
Well, it's been a pleasure to keep his seat warm.
I'll be handing over to him shortly as I take a break and go and have myself a Coke.
You're good.
A Coke without rum. I have some friends of mine who only drink Coke if it's flavored with rum. The English are fairly well known, thought of as prolific beer drinkers. I haven't heard a lot of talk about the beer here in Barbados.
Yeah, we actually that did come up in conversation last night. We think the Banks beer is pretty decent. We quite like that. Yeah, I'm a bit more of a real ale beer drinker than the lagers personally.
Well, when you say real ale, you may leave me a bit confused.
So that's more of a bitter than a lager.
Like a Guinness,
so
more or
darker,
less.
a
So
darker, not quite to Guinness level, but a darker beer.
Darker beer, okay. Well, we haven't been I'm fortunate to manufacture that one here, but maybe I'll get myself more familiar with it at some point. I'm going to hand over to Roland for the time being, Kev, and keep it going till I come back with you.
Cheers. Have a nice break. So we've got Jim Phillips coming on for his 6th over. He's one maiden, 0 for 10 bowls. Copeland still trying hard to keep the scoring rate going. Big swing outside the off stump, missed the ball. Kevin Bissett took it well behind the stumps. Phillips comes in, Copeland pushes back, no run. So the run rate almost up to 9 and over now. Big swing, good connection, and that's 4 runs. Slog sweep shot, deep mid-wicket. Fine hit by Wayne Copeland.
Yeah, very good shot, and they certainly need a few more of those. Bit of a middle order collapse. As being sure that a tremendous amount of pressure now is being put on USA to try and get anywhere near this target at the moment. Very much behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, I think it was always going to be a difficult ask, but certainly Caraciolo and Copeland have had a go for the last few overs. They've lost a couple of wickets, which is often the way, but Wayne can strike a nice long ball. England spin slow bowlers are pretty accurate. Oh, and we now have a lost ball. So, while they're trying to find that ball, I'm going to throw another question at you, I'm afraid, Roland. What's the biggest hit you've seen in your first-class career? Or name some of the biggest strikers of the ball.
Well, there have been some very big strikers. I mean, Clive Lloyd in his heyday, etc. But I think the biggest hit that I've seen is was by Mike Llewellyn playing for Glamorgan against Middlesex in the Gillette Cup final, when he actually hit John Embry. And it literally went over the top of the pavilion at Lord's.
Wow.
So that is some hit. I think there's only one other person who I've heard cleared that many years ago, Albert Trott. But he certainly hit it on top, right on the top of the, and that's a massive hit.
Yeah, amazing. There's consistently people seem to hit the ball further than they did 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago.
Yeah, these days, obviously, it's a lot easier to do that because the quality of the bats that they use these days, you can go for 6 off an edge. If you look at the thickness of the bats, the size of the edges these days are almost as big as the face of the bats many years ago. So obviously the technique of building bats are better as well, and particularly in the shorter form of the game. Now the boundaries are so short that when the ball gets hit into the stand, you think it's a big hit, but so lots of advantages right now in terms of the equipment for big hitting, and obviously with the improvement in health and fitness, players are stronger as well in terms of physical strength.
I mean, some teams now have power coaches, power hitting coaches, don't they?
Yeah, that's another part of the game really that has changed. Power hitting has become an important part of certainly the white ball game, the ability to clear the boundary. And yes, they do employ those sort of coaches now.
Nice off drive by Copeland again, but it's only one. It's Joe Pierre down at the boundary here, fielding.
Ninety.
96.
I haven't put in the single that
Okay.
I just ran it yet.
Okay.
And then in this, we're looking for the spacing. Single, single. 29.
29.
9.
97 tone.
97, thank you. 97 of 29.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
4. Dot.
John Butterworth to continue. He's bowling to Copeland. He steps away, gives himself a bit of room, tries to dab it away, but there's no run. The Englishmen are fairly spread out now, but still, I think, on top in this game. The run rate is creeping up towards 9 and over. Although I suppose if you could progress that forward and if you needed 9 off the last over, you'd fancy your chances. So.
Yes, off the last over, but if you have to sustain that for a period of time,
Yeah.
that's where the difficulty comes in.
It's a wide ball. Single is a chance. Bit of a fumble, but a quick single to Kumar Patel. I apologise, we called him Kumar earlier, but it's Kumar Patel. Who got 6 for home? Oh, that's good. Good to see him back. That's beaten the fielder. It's 4 runs. Mr. Copeland hitting John Butterworth over mid-off. 4 more. I was talking to the other commentator, and he was a Manchester United supporter, and unfortunately, another man just next to me has got a Man United jersey on as well. There's another one that lives nowhere near Manchester.
Well, the one to your right also, so I'm sorry about that.
And of course, certainly when you were England, you lived down south and you supported Man United, Roland. What's going on?
Well, I stayed as a supporter for all that time as well.
Another single there. Wayne Copeland moves on to 32. 104 for 5. Coming towards the end of the 29th over. Another single. A bit of a fumble by Monty Douglas. And another well-run single by the US. It's a drink spell. So, 106 for 5 after 30 overs. Current run rate of 3.55, and they require now 8.87. But England going into a bit of a huddle underneath some shade. Captain Richard Merriman calling his troops over. So we're about to resume with the USA on 106 for 5. And it looks like Joe Pierre is going to return. Joe had bowled 3 overs earlier on. Got an early wicket. Can sometimes be a little bit expensive, Joe, with his extra pace. You could play a ramp shot against Joe, actually. We were talking about the ramp shot. He's going to be bowling to Kumar Patel. He's got a third man, point, extra cover, mid-off. And I think they're also going for a sweeper on the cover boundary. They've got a mid-wicket, a fine leg, and a mid-on. So, Joe Pierre to start the 30th over. Good start by Joe. The batsman came down the crease, outside edge, gone down to third man, looking for 2. Good throw from, I think that's Jason Cornt down at third man. Same keeper. Joe Pierre to Copeland. Good length ball. Copeland can just push the ball back to the bowler. It's good again from Joe, keeping Copeland quiet at the moment in this over. Run rate gets up to 9 and over. Full length ball, a swish outside the off stump, no connection. Joe Pierre comes into Copeland. It's short down the leg side. I think there might be a wide. It is. It's 1 more to the total. 107 for 5. Nice shot through the covers. Can the cover sweeper get round there? I don't think he can. That's 4 runs. Lovely shot. Top shot from Wayne Copeland.
Yeah, very good shot. And much needed.
Joe Pierre coming around the wicket this time. And that's down the leg side. It might have been gloved. It's gone down to the boundary. It's 4 more. It was gloved. And so often happens when you go around the wicket, the ball gets pushed down the leg side. And the last 2 balls of Joe's over go for 4. And Copeland goes on to 41. And we're going to have a change of bowling from the Prof. Ed Woodsend, and it's going to be Chris Dearden. Chris Dearden has a nickname, which I'm going to tell the world about. Well, it's only really me and you. His nickname is Noddy.
Noddy.
So, any of you that can remember from childhood, there was Big Ears and Noddy.
Yeah,
That's
that's
Noddy.
That's Noddy.
Chris also plays for Littleborough and has played with professionals like the great Sir Garfield Sobers, Andy Roberts, Joel Garner, Mike Whitney, Stuart Law. All have been up and played in the Lancashire League at Littleborough.
Yeah, well, he's amongst very good company there.
Yeah, it was. It's quite a useful footballer in his day. Had trials for Rochdale and Accrington.
Accrington Stanley.
Accrington Stanley. So Chris Dearden, little balls, little off breaks and little right arm, little drifters. Big rugby league fan as well. Comes into ball. Big appeal from Chris, imploring the umpire. Not out.
I think the umpire's decision would be not enough pace on the ball to dislodge the bills.
Yes, I don't think, yes. That's a wide young, yes. So Kumar Patel on 9. Facing Chris Dearden. Comes in, bowls, a slow, and that's another, yes, that's another one. Well, hurry up, Chris. We've had a couple of wides in this over. It's getting dark. We want to go home and getting tired. It's chipped back to the bowler. And no run. Tickled round the leg, it's 1 run. Joe Pierre comes round from short fine leg in fields. 119 for 5. With still another ball to come, I think, of Chris Dearden's first over. Sam, good ball. Comes in again, second ball of the over. Another good ball, pushed into the covers, single, and a 121 for 5. It's wide upside, deflected away. Oh, it's a chance, nope. And batsman gets back in his ground. Kumar Patel on 10, Wayne Copeland 43 from 62 balls. Kevin Bissett coming up to the stumps, standing up to Joe Pierre outside off stump. Oh, tried to work that to third man, got an inside edge and it went to short square leg. Just one from the over so far. Pierre comes in, bowls. Slightly shorter ball, angled away to third man. Just be a single though. Oh. And that's play and a miss. Well taken again by Kevin Bissett. Just the 2 off that over from Joe Pierre. No bowled 5 overs, 1 for 31. Chris Dearden coming on for his second over to bowl to Kumar Patel. Bowls slow, pushed up, swept. Oh, there's a fumble. Slow delivery, pushed back to the bowler. Varies his pace, Chris. Varies his pace between slow, and very, very slow. Christian, big hit to that's beaten the fielder. It's 4 runs. Wayne Copeland moves to 47. That was pitched up. Leg side, bit of a slog sweep type shot, and it beat the mid wicket, who's Neil Brathwaite. There's a couple of changes in the field. They've now got a long on, a deep mid wicket, and I think what we would say in England, a cow corner. Comes into bowl, pushes into cover, no run. Yeah, comes into bowl again. Hit out towards the 3 guys. When the guy at Crown Corner gets across first, that's Neil Brathwaite. They've gone for a second. It's coming and 2 runs. $131.
Job of 2023.
Come on, Squires.
So ridiculous.
Next time you might call him MC Alistair. So, 11 overs to go. 108 to win. Joe Pierre comes in.
No, this is. No, they have down. Take 4 down now, right?
Oh, good ball from Joe Pierre there. Yorker length. Well stopped by Kevin Bissett.
131.
That's a bit behind that. I saw that 4 earlier.
Joe Pierre comes in. Ball, shorter ball. That's a wide.
Oh, this?
Yeah, and the pressure really mounting now. What a really somebody's Copland's played well, but he needs some support. He needs some help.
Slower ball from Joe Pierre. Wow, never seen that. Well, I've only played with him for about 12 years, but wow. We always think that Joe looks like the lead singer from Hot Chocolate. Errol Brown, yeah. That's it. So a decent over from Errol Brown here. Pushed into the offside, they're going for a single. Chris Dearden throws. Oh, Errol Brown tumbles over. They're all falling down. The trouble is at 60, they can't get back up again. At one stage there, it looked like 10-pin bowling out there.
That's all right. See, might have been off the pad. Just denying Copland his half century, but leg by cool.
It's another drink coming out for one of the players. Could be one of those rum punches, I don't know. Hey, diving, that's 4, and that's his 50. It's well done, it's well played.
Yeah, very well played by Copland. It's a lone hand, but good to see him getting his half century.
Yeah, he's come in and batted well, to be fair, and he's looking to be aggressive now and leading the attack for his side's captain, and he's giving it a real go. Dearden comes in again. The ball's a slow one, pitched up, and it's just pushed back. Phil Deakin fields. Comes in again to Copeland. It's well tossed up, it's driven, it's dragged a little bit. It's well bowled. I have a feeling something's going to happen this over. Another boundary or a wicket. Dearden comes into bowl, tosses it up. It's a big swing. Out to the leg side, goes to the deep mid-wicket fielder. And a good throw in as well. Another single to Copeland, moves to 54. Dearden to Patel. Patel drives, and he's bowled, and there's the wicket. There's the wicket. Kumar Patel is bowled by Chris Dearden, or Noddy.
Yeah, Eamon hit that over the top, just lost his shape completely. 6th wicket goes down.
Decent effort by Patel. Had to come in and play shots from the off. Never easy. And coming out to bat at number 8, we have number 50. And yes, this is Mr. Chandra Sekaran. So 139 for 6, last ball of Chris Dearden's third over, 1 for 18 currently. He's going to be coming into the new batsman, who's Chandrasekaran Tirumatu. He bowls. Tirumatu. Ball knocks it down to short square leg, no run. End of the over, 139 for 6. We have 9 overs remaining, exactly 100 to win. So just under 11 and over. Gonna be a big.
Yep. I'm getting money because we're really gasping for a beer. We won't have till the end of the game.
So Joe Pierre, good full ball, nice shot to the covers. Neil Brathwaite, good start. Yet another plane load of England supporters coming in to watch their team. Joe Pierre bowls again. It's a slower ball. That's the second one he's bowled, and it's given us a wide. Yes, even Joe sticks his hands out for that. Even shorter run up now for Joe Pierre. Bowls to Copeland. Copeland away on the offside. They go for a short single and they get there. Quick single. Phil changes over for the right-hander. Pierre bowls. That's full toss down the leg side. It's knocked away. Jason Corn underneath the trees picks it up, throws it in. Well fielded, Jason. Single to Mr. Chandrasekaran. So the invitation 11 got the result through. West Indies 250 for 5. Invitation 11 102 all out. So a win for the Windies by 148 runs. Convincing win. Do we know if any 255? Anybody get a really big score? Do we know? No, pretty consistent. Look at that batting order. Yes, George Harris 39, Keith Lawrence 23, Jeffrey Gibson's 42. Roy Singh, 48. I've played against Roy. He's a classy player. And Richard Suchan, he played also in the World Cup, 54. Yeah, very consistent scorecard. That looks good. 28 wides as well. And, yeah, excellent stuff. Invitation 11. Oh, a good Winston Herbert, 50 runs. But it looks like only Colin Cox with 20 was the only other batsman to get double figures against the Windies attack. Invitation 11, they're the next opponents for England on Friday. And we've got Chris Dearden. He's going to bowl his fourth over. Joe Pierre, 7 overs, 1 for 38. And the run rate now is nearly 12 and over. Dearden. He comes in to Chandrasekaran. It's in the air, round the corner. Oh, is a run out? And he's out. It was flicked. It was flicked in the air. It went very slowly to Phil Deacon, who I was going to say came in like a gazelle, but I think that would be a slight overestimation. But he picked the ball up, lobbed the ball to the wicketkeeper, and the batsman didn't make his ground.
Yes, and really hope slipping away from USA. Really, I think having been in the sun the whole day, then conceding 230-odd runs in their innings has certainly taken a toll. And at no stage have their innings really got into gear, apart from two really significant innings. The middle order really has been the problem.
Yeah, I think it's in these hot conditions and over 60s cricket, I think batting first is an advantage. If you can get a half decent score, the fielding side are going to be weary when they come into bat, and you just. What, 144?
Off how many?
This is 37. Yep. Chris Didden to Abhay Maheshwari. Very stylish looking defensive shot. Pushes out to cover to Edward Gordon-Lennox. Didden to Maheshwari. Bowls outside the offside. I think we have a complete repetition of the previous ball. Pushed into the covers very elegantly, but no run. Didden even slower, and that's tried to swing that. He was far too early on that ball. No, they losing the cup, I think.
Sure, I mean, I'm seeing it in the chat here, so I'm trying to see what the. I saw that. Well, you know, Britain beating the league.
My prediction, 145 off 38. How's that?
146. Totally inadequate, Tony. You really do hope that people keeping the score would be paying attention, wouldn't you? What can you expect from a mad fast bowler? Good shot. A cover drive again from Copeland, who is good through the covers. Good stop by Neil Brathwaite. Dot ball. Copeland tried to swing that away to the leg side, but made no contact. Oh, no contact with the bat. Hit him up on the thigh. Joe Pierre, 7.2 overs, 1 for 38. Comes in and bowls. It's a full ball outside the off stump. I think that could be a wide. It is. He's bowled 4 wides today so far, Joe. He comes in and bowls shorter, and it's pulled away. That's a good shot. That's 4 runs. Another good shot for Wayne Copeland, showing that he's good between mid-wicket and through the covers.
Really tough to go and play football like every 3 or 4 days.
You've had a World Cup as well,
Yeah. I was telling someone that as you never found out I was set up for top 4 in Premier League.
that'll be a result. Because I never expected them to be more than mid-table based on previous years.
What, Man United?
Yeah, I didn't expect them this year, but they've turned it around. I mean, they're even above Liverpool, which is.
They're holding football playing every 3 or 4 days. Every days. 4th, 8th, 12th, 16th, 15th, and the rest.
That is punishing.
4 tournaments.
the other team are really.
I would sign up for any one of those cups and a top 4.
I mean, Arsenal is my other side. And again, they are way above where they should be in terms of. I didn't expect this sort of thing this year. And again, if they finished mid-table, I would have been happy with that.
No.
I would have been happy with mid-table. If
Arsenal?
Before the season started, yeah. I mean, you've seen them in the last couple of years.
Had to be top 6.
You reckon? Yeah. I wasn't. They were struggling.
My team are doing better than expected. I'm Fulham. They're doing well.
Fulham, yeah.
On the
mid-table team.
On the look at their budgets as opposed to Man United and Arsenal.
Fulham, Brentford, and those sort of clubs.
Yeah.
152.
Chelsea spent 107 million on a player last night.
Exactly. They made him the highest transfer since Grealish.
Big hit from Copeland, but I think Edward Gordon-Lennox will pick that up just inside the boundary. And it's a 2. Copeland moves to 64. They need just under 15 and over now, but they're giving it a go. And all credit to them. I think they're putting up a good show, having a go in these last few overs. He bowls a slow ball. He goes for the slog sweep. Looked like it was leg side-ish to me, and the umpire agreed as well. The umpire agreed, says to Chris Dearden, stop begging and get back and bowl the next ball. Comes in again to Copeland, tosses it up, and defensive shot this time. It's got 4 players out waiting for a catch. Comes in again, bowls. Big hit to the leg side. It's fielded on the boundary by... Oh. Once again, the calling between the batsmen leaves a bit to be desired. They're going to send texts to each other next time. Copeland moves to 65. The outfielders are moving around a lot slower now than they were an hour or so ago. Can't understand it. I feel perfectly fresh, personally.
Copeland will sleep well tonight. He's been in the field the whole day, and now he's had to bat for 2 hours as well.
Dearden. It's cut away. Fielded in the offside. Dearden comes in again. Bowls pushed back to the bowler. That's the end of the over. Another over gone. So I asked you who was the biggest hitter. I'm going to ask you another one. You probably always get asked about fast bowlers, so I'm not going to ask that. I'm going to say who was the best spin bowlers you faced, and who, perhaps in the county game, slow bowler, do you think should have got more international recognition?
In terms of spinners, I would say Derek Underwood, particularly unplayable in helpful conditions. And in terms of ability as a spinner, talent-wise, I don't think England has produced a spinner with the same talent as Phil Edmonds. Phil Edmonds had everything.
He's a big, tall guy, strong action, big spin of the ball, aggressive with it.
Could bat a bit as well.
Yeah, I think could have been a world-class cricketer, but he didn't like training. He wasn't he played off pure talent, but no, he
Yeah.
was terrific. Most gifted spinner I think England's had in my time.
And,
Along with it.
yeah, no, that's a good pick. Him and Embry were a perfect foil for each other.
It would have been even better if I had the microphone on at that point. But but yes, Philip Edmonds by a long way. Underwood, the most difficult, especially if it's bowler-friendly conditions.
Yeah.
Then really the combination of Underwood and Knott was unbelievable. How well a Knott could have kept to someone like Underwood on turning pitches,
Yes.
standing up with no helmets in those days,
Yes.
was amazing. But in terms of then ability as a spinner, as I said, Phil Edmonds was the most gifted spinner that England has produced in my time.
It's funny, I just knew you were going to say Phil Edmonds, Roland.
And
Yeah, no,
should-
very, very talented. I remember him
Yeah.
in Australia, and he could bat. But as you say, he had a bit of a cavalier approach to the game.
yeah, you see, cricket was not his only option. Cricket was something that he just played for fun, really. Where everyone else was playing professionally, Edmonds was playing he was playing like an amateur. It was fun for him. It was just something that he happened to be good at, very talented.
There was. Did he? Was his wife some
Yeah, Frances. She was. She wrote many books.
books? That's right.
Very many books. Yeah. But he was very gifted.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously him and Embry formed a great partnership. But in terms of talent, Embry exploited what talent he had. And his main attribute was because he was a mean bowler in terms of he didn't like runs being scored off him. So he was primarily a negative bowler who just bowled negatively but very, very competitive. Edmonds was a real cavalier. Would take chances, but a real match winner. So they complemented each other perfectly.
Yeah. Oh, great. Thanks for that, Roland. I was very lucky. I was you talk about Derek Underwood. I can't remember exactly when it was. At the 1965 at the Oval when he bowled the Aussies out, and it was quite late, and it was like 5-6 when we finally took the final wicket. We were all crowded around the batsman. My dad took me to that game. And I remember we were going to leave because it was tipping down with rain, but my dad said, well, we'll hang on, wait till some of the traffic dies away. Yeah. Unfortunately, it then sort of stopped raining and we managed to get out there again. And yeah, Underwood's very difficult because he wasn't slow, was he? He was quite quick through the air.
He was like a genuine medium pacer.
Yeah. Big flat feet. He'd come in. Yeah. Yeah, we really haven't. Graham Swan obviously was a very decent spin bowler, but we really struggle to get spin bowlers.
Especially since Swan.
Yeah.
The number of spin bowlers since Swan hasn't been the best.
Have you seen the new lad, Rahman?
Ahmed. Yeah, I saw him in the last Test match. Obviously, he's promising. He's young. He's got time.
Yeah.
Could develop.
Got to be handled right. You wouldn't want to perhaps throw him in against the Aussies early on. They'll target him, but could be the making of him. Who knows? What an opportunity.
They've got to choose when to play him. The right surfaces. I wouldn't just play him in every game.
Yeah.
But as England did in Pakistan, he came in at the right time and did the job.
What a fantastic opportunity for an 18-year-old. Oh.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
It's Dearden here in his 6th over, 5th over. So it's 158 for 7, and the required run rate now is in the 20s. So I put me 50p on England now.
I think that might be a pretty safe bet. The odds wouldn't be too great.
Probably pick up 51p. Wayne Copeland on 65 and pushes that ball back. That's up in the air and it's going to find a gap. Just the single. So it's a big hit, looking to hit the ball on the leg side, outside edge, and landed at about cover point area. Noddy comes in, bowls, and the batsman goes back and misses. Coming towards the end of the 41st over. And pushes that ball back. It looks to me like the USA have decided that they're not going to get anywhere near this now, and are just playing the last few overs out. And I suppose that's fair enough. They're going to get a little bit of practice for some of the other games to come in the following days.
It just looks as if they're going to just try to bat the timeout. Obviously, no chance of getting anywhere near this target.
Phil Deakin figures of 7 overs, 0 for 11. As tight with his line as ever, very consistent bowler. Cut away, straight to the fielder, and no run. He comes in again to Copeland. Leg bite. One more to the total. Do you want to finish the last couple of overs?
Yeah, I think you deserve it. Yeah, more for you than for me. Not a problem. Thanks again.
No worries.
Yeah, brilliant.
All right, so it's about winding down time, and England well on the way to recording their first victory. A required rate of 33.86, if not impossible, highly unlikely. And still requiring 78 with 2 overs. Well, England would have lost the first game to Australia. And so here we are now, 161 for 7. That's the end of the 43rd over. Marathon innings here from Wayne Copeland the USA captain, still there on a 66. And we got Chris Dearden to bowl the penultimate over of the innings, the Southern end, the Prof. Edwards end. And beaten outside the all stump, not taken cleanly by the keeper. Bowling a bit of a push and pull, Roland, the bowler. Pull and pull. But here he is, some very slow, subtle changes of pace. As this one swept around to fine leg, the batsmen are going to trot through for a comfortable second run. So we are just, as I said, going through the formalities. Both these teams losing in the first match, so England now set to record a victory, leaving the USA winless. Remember, this tournament, 6 teams involved and a round-robin league format where each team plays the other before we get into the knockout round. I think that starts at the semi-final stage for the top 4 teams. Dearden is off the back foot, goes Abe Maheshwari. Maheshwan, and gets a single.
And Wayne, didn't the USA win the over 50s?
The USA actually won the over 50s tournament late last year, held here in Barbados.
Yeah.
A very efficient performance they did put on, but it's found to going fairly tough here now in this under 6 over 60s format. We're enjoying a much better returns. They're all out for 82 in the first round match against a strong West Indies side. And this time a chance for a catch. Fielder coming in from mid-off and puts it down. Coming in from mid-off, he was under it for a while, but then in the end, it was under him and on the ground. That fielder is that Gordon Lennox, not distinguishing himself on that occasion. Easy looking catch. Running in from mid-off, ball peeling high in the air. Had lots of time, maybe a bit too much time to contemplate that, as Copeland is coming on to the front foot against a very slow delivery from Dearden. Pushes it back along the pitch, and we are down with 1 over to go. 74 runs to make USA 165 for 7.
Running up and down steps. The score. 165 of 44.
Yes.
Correct. I knew that.
And it will be the heavy figure, the tall figure of Phil Deakin, looking at some of bowling figures during the course of this over. Bowling figures for England as we're into the final over. Phil Deakin will responsible for that, and his first delivery played away to mid-wicket. Offers a single to his captain, does Maheshwari, but invitation turned down, ball going straight to Deakin, to Dearden at mid-wicket. So Joseph Freer, 8 overs, 44 runs, 1 wicket. Back along the pitch, out to mid-on, in fact, no run. Jason Cont, 9 overs, 20 runs, 1 wicket. 9 overs on the trot, starting with the new ball. Jim Phillips, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 15 runs. John Butterworth, 6 overs, 38 runs, 1 wicket. Another dot ball. And Chris Dearden, 7 overs, 29 runs, also 1 wicket. So easy cruise to victory by the England side. And again, a dot ball return comes into the striker's end. taken on the volley by the keeper, but Copeland quickly into his ground. So that breaks the possibility of the innings finishing with a maiden. The 1 run, 167 for 7, 2 balls left. Copeland on 66. He's faced some 96 deliveries. Been batting for well over 2 hours. And is satisfied to respect a good delivery and push it back along the pitch for the bowler to field. So somewhat determined he'll come not out in this innings, Copeland. Works it up to mid-on, calls his partner through for a single. They do get that single. The innings comes to an end. A victory to the England side. Victory by some 70 runs, 168 for 7. The USA at the completion of 45 overs, with Deakin finishing with no wicket for 14 runs from 9 overs to complete the bowling figures. At the end, Captain Wayne Copeland not out on 67, faced some 98 balls, batted 143 minutes and struck 10 fours, and he had as his partner at the end.
Decent score, and really having spent the entire morning day really in the field and then having to chase that down, you could see they lost wickets really at regular intervals, but the real problem came in the middle order. I think once they lost the first couple of wickets, then the problem set in, and apart from Copeland playing that lone hand right in the middle, he didn't receive a lot of support in the middle order, which meant that it became almost impossible for them to mount a serious challenge. And at the end of the day, obviously they fell away and lost quite easily, but England will take that. They get their campaign up and running. USA, they've got to go back to the drawing board and find a way to get back into the game, and but what we've seen today is a good game of cricket played with a very, very sporting and friendly atmosphere, and that has to be good for the game.
Well, a word on Wayne Copeland, the USA captain, carrying his bat to be 67 not out at the end.
Yeah, he batted well. He's came in really when the team was in trouble and had to steady the ship, and not just steady the ship, he had to be the scorer as well. He ended up really batting for 143 minutes, which is testimony to his stamina, having been in the field the whole day. Faced some 98 balls, and in that period hit 10 fours, so his contribution was pivotal really in them mounting a challenge, even though it wasn't a serious challenge, but he certainly played well.
And also the England bowlers generally steady, very much controlled. We got Phil Deakin, didn't get a wicket, but bowled all of 9 overs for 14 runs with 2 maidens, in fact, as many as some 45 dot balls.
Yeah, I think those first, Conte as well. If you put those two together, his 9 overs went for 20. So really, you've got 18 overs there going for 34. And that puts the team under tremendous pressure once that sort of pressure is applied by the bowlers. And it just allowed the bowlers to then come in and do a job. I mean, Phillips, his 6 overs cost 15 as well. So the pressure was mounting all the time. And because of the loss of those wickets in the middle, where they kept losing wickets, couldn't mount a challenge.
Well, absolutely no pressure on the later bowlers because of the excellent work done at the top by Conte and Deakin in particular. Conte actually 9 overs on the trot in these temperatures at over 60. Quite
70 at the top of the order there. And obviously you had Griffith took 4 for 42 in a losing cause, but I would say Watkin. I might be proved wrong.
And nothing really to measure as far as the second innings is concerned to challenge those two performances, I would suggest.
No, only apart from Copeland's not out innings, but again, was his innings the most significant one of the game? No, I think Watkins was, because it enabled his team to get past the 230 mark and put them in a very good position.
Well, thank you, Roland. We're going to take a break here. We will return with the presentation ceremony when that is set up. But just to inform anyone joining us for the first time that England defeated USA by 70 runs in this the second series match of the over 60s Big Man Cricket Caribbean Cup match played at the Wanderers Ground in Darras Road. England winning the toss and batting 238 for 8 in their 45 overs. USA occupying all 45 overs for 168 for 7, and England getting off the mark after losing their first round match. As I said, we'll be back with you for the presentation ceremony. Until then, stay tuned. us for the presentation ceremony of what has been the conclusion of a very entertaining day's cricket, thanks to the two teams involved, England and the United States of America. Game played here at the Wanderers Cricket Club. I don't know how many of you know, but Wanderers about the oldest club there is, cricket club in the entire Caribbean, and formed sometime back in, I think, around 1877, and a club with a very rich history. And first of all, we'd like to thank the Wanderers Club, the workers, the staff, the members for providing the accommodation today. Of course, I would also like to commend both teams and thank you for the entertainment that I would have enjoyed for 90 overs, being here from the very beginning. Commiserations to the United States. Congratulations to England for winning the match. It would be remiss of me if we didn't get to mention the our appreciation for the sponsors of the competition generally, and those sponsors being the Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc., we call it BTMI, and of course Blue Waters through their distributors Atlantic Marketing, and of course of marketing of Bajan food. I'm sure everybody would want to commend those who prepared the lovely meal today. And again, the regular, the umpires, the scorers, the spectators who helped to make the event what it has been have also got to be acknowledged. In the end, England getting home by a comfortable 70 runs, and without much further ado, I'm going to ask the captain of the runners-up. We don't deal with losers here in the big man cricket. So with the runners-up, the United States, I'm going to ask the captain, Mr. Wayne Copeland. You got a good name too. My name is Wayne Holder. So you're halfway to being a decent citizen. Could you come forward? And just join me in making your presentation as to your team's choice as the player of the match on the England side.
Okay, thank you all spectators, English team. You guys get the better of us today. You guys played well. And guys, sorry we lost, but next come bounce back for the next game, okay? All right, so keep your heads up and we will, we'll do better. Okay? Thanks for the umpires. You did a great job. And all the spectators and all the sponsors. So my man of the match for England, the opening bat, he made Watkins. He made 70 odd runs.
Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Wayne. And now it is my pleasure to introduce the captain of the England side, Richard Merriman. Congratulations on your first victory after the events of Monday at Pickwick and Foursquare.
Thank you very much indeed, Wayne. Thank you. Well, thank you to the USA. Thank you very much indeed for a very competitive game. It's the first time that our two nations at 60s level certainly have played cricket against each other, and I hope it won't be the last occasion. I hope there'll be many, many more occasions, and we appreciate the way in which you've played the game today. Thank you so very, very much. I won't repeat all the thank yous, but I think there is one person that we haven't thanked who we should all genuinely thank, because the wicket out there today was absolutely the best that we've seen so far in the Caribbean. And to Ricky Clark, thank you very, very much indeed. Top man. And perhaps it's no surprise that our man of the match also goes to a batsman who made the most of those excellent facilities. So to Captain Wayne Copeland, thank you very, very much for a fine 67 not out. Well done you,
Thank
sir.
you. Yes.
There you go. Many congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Excellent.
Thank you.
No, thank you very much. And thank you.
Well, just a couple of quick notes before we close. I forgot one person I would personally like to thank. That is Kevin Grant, who assisted magnificently with the commentary today. Actually, he took over the commentary, but did a very, very fine job. And I will also inform you, Richard, that he has committed you to buying a round of drinks for your opening bowler, Gaunt, who bowled those 9 overs on the trot in this steaming hot sun. And if Kevin didn't tell you, I'm telling you that he told me that you would buy a round of drinks. So, so thank you very much once again. Best of luck to all of you, and I hope you continue to enjoy your stay here in Barbados for the remainder of the tournament. Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen.